Conference with labor negotiator Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, Employees Organization, Nevada Federation of Teachers, otherwise known as NFT. And that was information only as well. So that concludes our closed session announcements. And we will move to approval of our agenda this evening. As I said, it's a lengthy one, so we need to all hang in there if we can. And so I need approval of our agenda. It stands as is. There's no changes.
I'll move approval of tonight's agenda.
Okay, that's a first by Trustee Cooper.
I'll second the agenda.
Okay, by Trustee Nell. All those in favor? Just raise your hand. 6, 0, 1 absent. All right, so moving on. I just want to, we have our student board members this evening, so I just wanted to make a note of that. And so welcome to the three of you. I see you there. So we're so happy to have you part of our board, and your opinion, your thoughts is so important to us. So thank you for stepping up and taking this responsibility as a student board member. So we really appreciate it. And we'll get to your announcements and all of that, and we'll go from there. So we're going to continue on with the public comment on consent agenda. There was none submitted this evening. So would any trustee like to pull anything on consent? Seeing none.
I'll move the consent agenda in its entirety.
Okay. First by Trustee Millerick, second.
I'm second the consent agenda.
Okay. A second by Trustee Nell. This is approval of all the items on consent. All those in favor? Okay, 6, 0, 1 absent. All right, we're gonna start our evening off with some presentations and some recognition, which is always great. I just see Trustee Gila joining us now. So Maria, we're right at the presentations, just so you can catch up. We're going to start our this evening with Trevor Fox, and I'm a student at San Marin High School, and I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Koska.
All right, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. We've had some great opportunities to celebrate some successes of our students, things that kind of just went above and beyond what we would typically expect from one of our students over the summer. And today, I want to talk to you a little bit about Trevor Fox. Trevor is a senior at San Marin High School, and he did something really, really cool. He used Minecraft to build a simulated campus for San Marin High School to be used with the freshman orientation. You know, we all remember what it's like to have to move from, elementary to middle school, or middle school to high school, or high school to college. You're going from this place that you know intimately to a school that you don't know. And in this COVID-19 time, it's really hard for us to get kids onto campus. So Trevor took it on himself to say, hey, I'm going to build a virtual world to allow our students to access campus. So he did this through Link Crew for the purpose of assisting incoming freshmen navigate the new high school orientation. It was a one-to-one replica of the San Marin campus that was based on the idea that happened at UC Berkeley, the Blockley University project. And so students were able to go onto the site and do a self-guided virtual orientation tour of San Marin High School. And I just wanted to take a minute to appreciate Trevor, his creativity, ingenuity, thoughtfulness that he demonstrated to make sure that the campus orientation was helpful for our freshmen. And he just demonstrated our commitment to engaging, inspiring, and empowering students. And again, something he didn't need to do. He just saw an opportunity and did this for our kids. So Trevor is here with us. I want to say personally to you, Trevor, thank you so much. I'm looking down because you're on the bottom left corner of my screen there. And I hope you can just spend a couple minutes talking to us about the project.
Yeah, of course. First of all, thank you guys for recognizing me, inviting me here today. It's such an honor to be here. And like you just mentioned, I built a scale model of San Marin in Minecraft with the purpose of having it to be a freshman orientation tour mechanism that they can use to kind of look over the school and find where their classrooms are while we're in this kind of pandemic. And so let me actually open it up and share my screen. I can give everyone a quick little tour of it. All right, can everyone see it?
Mhm.
Awesome. So, sorry. So when you spawn in originally or enter the world, you're going to start off kind of right where you would be if you were walking to school. You will walk across the street and kind of walk through the main entrance of campus. When you enter the world, you're given this kind of emerald thing in your inventory, and you're able to click on it and choose kind of which classroom you want to go to, which building. And so when you press on that, you'll be given a compass, and using that compass, you're able to kind of walk around and follow it to different buildings. So let me kind of quickly demonstrate here. So you would press on this, and let's say I wanted to go to the 200 building or the science building. You would press on it, and you would be given a compass, and it says the compass leads the way. And you would follow the compass, the little red pointer kind of guides you, and it would lead you directly to the building. So they're kind of speed it up and fly over there. And so when you approach the building, it has a little label and a gold block, and you're able to stand on it, and it gives you some information about the building. So if you are a new student, this would be super helpful information that normally you would get during a freshman orientation that would help you kind of figure out what is this building about, what classrooms are in there. This is still a very much a work in progress project, and it's become kind of a community effort. We've been getting in alumni and other students to help build classrooms. I obviously have not had every single teacher on San Marin, and so it's really helpful to get a bunch of students in here to help build other classrooms. And so here's Dr. LB's classroom. It's kind of hard to do a lot of the insides of the classrooms, but we kind of make do. So yeah, here's kind of one example here. Kind of like that. But so far we have information for every single building on campus. And I feel like the compass mechanism is a really unique way to kind of get a feel of the campus, get to learn kind of specific landmarks or something that would help you if you were actually kind of walking around and finding where you needed to go. And kind of one of the big attraction points of it is the field that we have. And when it's nighttime, the lights actually turn on. And so as you can see, the campus or the field is all lit up, and our football lights actually work on here. And so that's a really unique feature that we have that the real life San Marin High School does not have currently. But I hope that everyone can have a chance to join onto the world and experience it. And hopefully it will continue to be a great resource for incoming freshmen when they eventually go back to in-campus learning. So thank you guys again.
All right, thank you again, Trevor. That was so great. I love the lights part. That was funny. You know, when you get into hard times like this pandemic, people have the opportunity to sort of wallow in it or to choose to find a way to make a positive difference. And I just love that you, like so many of our students, have used this as an opportunity to make a positive difference. So Trevor, once again, thank you so much for all your work on that.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, take care. Get back to studying now. Oh,
All
wait,
right.
wait. Ellen, what? Oh, sorry. Trustees, questions, comments? Sorry, I'm pushing them out the door.
Just wanted to say that if my nephews would have had access to this video when they were in Finland and then they came over here to San Marin High School a couple years ago, that would have been very helpful.
Yeah.
They would have loved it. So hopefully we can use this video for other purposes and not just think of Nevada, but spread it out to around the world.
Yeah, definitely a great resource for anybody, not just NUSD students.
Yeah, thank you. It's amazing.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Trevor. We appreciate you being here tonight. We'll move
Awesome.
on to
Thank you,
our
guys.
next item.
All right, now get back to studying, Trevor.
All right, and our next presentation this evening is every meeting we have a school signed up to present, and tonight is Rancho Elementary. So I know they're going to have a video. Here it comes. And then Principal Kath Nom will be present when we're done.
Hi, my name is Mateo, and this is my puzzle piece. I love pizza. My favorite place to go is Legoland. I like monster trucks. With my family's from Mexico. I love reading. I'm a big brother. This is my family. I love hockey, and I like wrestling.
Yes, Rancho Eagles. We'll wait one more minute and get started. If you see a friend from school that you want to say hi to, or someone from your class last year, you can unmute yourself and say good morning.
Good morning, Ananya.
Hi, Rudy.
Good morning, Ella.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, Mrs. Clark. Good morning, Oliver. Hi, Miss Bondanza.
Hi.
Wait.
How are you?
Hi, Miss Bonanza.
Hi, Grandma. Good. Hi, Mia. Hi, Tiana. Hi, Angel.
Grandma,
Good
we
job.
all classmates.
Ananya, I see Gianni. There's Morali. Hi, guys.
Do you know what I've been doing a lot?
What?
Drawing.
Oh, that is so wonderful.
Down. We're not going downtown. Yeah, we're hunkering down. We're not messing around. Yes, we're all in this together. Yes, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. So happiness is the truth.
One hop this time. One hop this time. People say can't stop to walk in the masquerade. That's what you want to do. Come along if you feel it. Don't think about it, just move your body.
The dance party was great. I love seeing all of Rancho and all of my classmates dancing together and having a lot of fun. I especially love showing off my favorite dance moves. Hi! I loved all of the things in the Rancho dance party. Bye! Go Rancho! Bye!
Hi, Kath.
Hi.
Hi. Do you want to talk a little bit about what we saw or
Sure.
what's
So
happening at Rancho?
what's that? Yeah, we were just talking about building community and all the different ways that we could do it. And it really started in the summer when just different groups of people would come together to help with the school. So for example, you saw the whole garden committee coming together, families, kids, parents, and then we had a group of families who helped build all of our good morning songs. We say good morning in different languages every week. And so they worked together and painted those all this summer. And so just all different ways that people could come and still be part of the community while we were in remote learning and shelter in place. And then when we came back to school, just really thinking about how we can stay connected when we're not physically together. So our Welcome Wednesdays, our whole community gets together every Wednesday for community time. And it's the only time that the kids actually see all of their friends from other classes and other grade levels. And they can pop around on the Zoom to say hi. And then our dance party, which was a huge hit, and we're planning several more throughout the year. And it was just, I think the best thing about the dance party was that it not only involved the students, but all of their parents, their grandparents, their family members were in there as well. So just all the different ways that we can kind of think about staying connected, even if we're not physically together, is what we wanted to highlight for you.
Great. I think you did, and it was you doing a great job of bringing that community to get the school community together, even though if it's online. So you definitely are trying to do that. Trustee Miller?
So Catherine, how does this the All Together Wednesday work? I mean, is it you have a Zoom session with 500 people on it, or what?
Absolutely, and you guys are invited. We have a Zoom link, and anybody who has the link can pop in. And so they're all on there. You know, we have several screens that you slide through. And I let them, so they come in muted, and I let them unmute to say good morning. And then we mute them all. So we do the flag, and we do some community, like this week we're working on perseverance this month. So we do some work around that, sing a song together and the pledge together. And then I unmute them so they can all say goodbye, which is quite fun and loud.
So like a half hour overall session, something like that?
It's 20 minutes, 8:40 to 9, and then they pop right into their Zooms. So teachers come in as well. And we also do student recognition during the Welcome Wednesday time as well.
Thank you very much. Very cool.
Trustee Gasson?
I love and appreciate the enthusiasm you bring. I just love it. I saw stuff you did over the summer, and there was a video which I didn't catch there. I think you were dancing around as a unicorn.
Yes.
Was that right?
Yes, I have a unicorn costume, my PPE, that I wear on occasion. And I just feel like, yeah, you have to bring some fun and levity. I mean, it's a really tough time for everybody, and it makes people smile. So, yeah.
Oh, it totally made me smile, and I was so bummed I couldn't like download it because I was going to say, look at the great job our teachers are doing. It was so cool. And also because I love it when people do things that are out of my comfort zone. So I think it's great you did that. And actually, to the earlier point about the things that you're doing, it would be great if we could get, not, I'm speaking for myself, but hopefully all the other trustees to get on like your newsletter blast or something, get information and stuff would be great.
Absolutely.
I would love that.
Okay,
So thank you for all that you're doing and bringing the smiles to all those kids' faces and everyone else. So I love seeing the grown-ups all dancing as well.
That was fun.
Any other comments, board members? That includes student board members as well. All right, we'll send Kath along her way. It's been a full day, I'm sure, and it's only Tuesday. Thanks, Kath, very much for joining us.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Appreciate it.
Kath.
All right. The other thing we try to do at some of our board meetings is a community presentation with our community partners. And tonight we have North Marin Community Services and Executive Director, or Executive CEO, I guess I could say, is Cheryl Paddock is joining us. And I see Katie coming up on the screen. Hi, Katie.
Hi, all. I'm going to try to give you a view of something other than my forehead this go around. I just wanted to say that remind everyone in the meeting that Novato Youth Center and Novato Human Needs Center merged to become North Marin Community Services on January 1st, 2018, serving over 5,000 residents of Novato annually. They provide services that include childcare, educational and enrichment services, counseling, and parent education. They also support Novato residents with temporary renters relief program and an emergency food bank. They proved their mettle during the shelter in place times by supporting our families that experienced food and shelter insecurities. Cheryl Paddock, the Chief Executive Officer of North Marin Community Services, has devoted her considerable energy and passion to critical causes such as anti-poverty, human services, independence for the visually impaired, energy efficient products and services, and environmental cleanup. She was the one who led the agency through the merger process that gave birth to the North Marin Community Services. On a personal note, she has made me welcome in the Novato community and has been a font of institutional memory that has aided the work of the Healthy Novato initiative. So with no further ado, board members, Cheryl Paddock.
Well, thank you, Katie, for that grand introduction. I am here. Hello, everyone, trustees and student board members. Thank you for having myself. I am here with my colleague, Director of Wellness Programs, Elena Cantor. Some of you may recognize Elena. She actually worked with us over 12 years ago and departed from the organization to become a licensed social worker. We were able to lure her back to the Novato community last fall, just in time to ready ourselves for the pandemic. So this was a great move for Novato, as we'll describe some of the wellness programs that are happening. I'm going to just share our screen. So Chris, first of all, I wanted to thank you so much for being our advisor. I feel like the day that you shared your cell phone number with me, I felt like, I was really in. I think that our partnerships between Nevada Unified School District and North Marin Community Services really benefit students, families, and seniors, vulnerable people, immigrants, and we're so fortunate to have all of you as trustees, and I'm honored to work with your staff in so many different ways. We listed some of the priorities here on the screen that we all work on together. Recently, we are partnering on COVID testing weekly to make sure that vulnerable populations, especially essential workers and the Latinx community, understand where the testing is and helping people to connect to services. We've had the pleasure of working with Katie and been involved with the Healthy Novato Initiative for over 10 years. And there's some phenomenal work happening there. And hopefully we can come to a future board meeting and tell you about some of that work. Recently, Chris was involved, and several staff as well, with Trauma Transformed. And we, in our commitment to make sure that we're breaking down systemic racism here in Nevada, we're behind the scenes talking to leaders about how can we make sure that vulnerable people and people of color are accessing services, are employed, and are being successful in the educational system. So we're really excited about that partnership. Katie mentioned some of our numbers. So we actually served over 8,000 people this year. And we have 60 staff right now, 240 volunteers. And I can tell you honestly, we have just seen a tremendous amount of generosity here in Novato. You see the number there, 5,900 people accessing services during shelter in place. That includes over $800,000 in rental checks that have gone out to 500 families. So many of these are NUSD families, and the Marin Community Foundation, County of Marin CARES Act funding, and many other individual funders have insured and dedicated, because Novato, being the second largest city with the highest concentration of youth, they know that we need support here. Of the 8,000 people we serve, 70% are through our case management and Latino services, and Elaine is going to go into that. And age group wise, you see majority are between 26 and 59. And that's typically because of all the rental assistance and food assistance, we're registering the parent, and they're within that age group. Over 50% of those we serve are Latinx community, and 3% from the Black community. And so we strive to ensure that we're reaching the hard to reach and minority populations to make sure that there are no barriers to services. Recently, we started partnering with you through remote learning. We are a learning pod for NUSD. We have 78 kids on our site, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And 60 of those kids attend 9 different NUSD schools. So as you can imagine, it's been quite a journey to support these kids in their learning experience with different schedules and different breaks. And you know, the good news is all of the kids have access to Wi-Fi on the site. All of these kids are families of essential workers, and we are working hard with your staff to make sure that these kids are successful. And many of our staff are Spanish speaking as well, so they're also supporting the parents in partnership with your staff. I'm going to transition now to Elena. She's going to talk about our wellness programs.
Thanks. So, you know, we recognize that there's a lot of information on this slide, a lot of stuff to digest here, and wanted to mention that this information is all in your board packet. So trustees, please, you know, hope you have an opportunity to take some time and take a look at this information. I think basically what we want to do here is highlight that the work that we're doing at Northmore Community Services in our wellness and family engagement program areas is really connected and in alignment with NUSD's focus on multi-tiered systems and supports. And we'd like to really thank Amy Carter and her team, especially Katie Cobb von Husen and Rhonda Fleming, as well as Michelle Cortez and the Wellness Committee at Novato High School, and all the others at the school sites who are uplifting this important work of MTSS. They're working to really uplift families through this vision of school community partnership. And this is the way it has to be, especially now during this difficult period, because we've seen a real increased demand, as Cheryl was talking about, a need for concrete safety net services as well as mental health services. So the only way we're going to be able to rise is by coming together. So yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide, Cheryl. We do have professionally trained folks, mental health providers who are working in a trauma-informed care capacity in our schools. We are in 6 NUSD campuses. Last year, we served over 800 students and family members in this capacity. We're also working in partnership with Marin Community Clinics through the Novato Teen Clinic. And because of COVID and shelter in place, we've expanded. Instead of having a once a week teen clinic, we're actually accessible 5 days a week now. So I think that's maybe one of those silver linings we've been talking about. We've expanded accessibility for youth in our community. And go ahead and skip to the next slide. I want to make sure we get through everything. So we're working in our schools, in our community, and we're also working in homes in some cases, and providing case management services, providing, like Cheryl said, emergency rental assistance, a weekly food pantry. We're connecting students and their families with a whole array of public benefits, where we have staff that are CalFresh enrollment assisters. And so we get phone calls from Rhonda and the community liaisons, and we're able to link families with the resources that they need when they need it. And we really can't do this without that partnership, because we know that families are coming to the schools. And so that communication and that connection is so essential. We also have a Promotores program. We, as some of you probably know, Bertha Campos Anicetti, she's been in this community a very long time, working with Novato Youth Center and now Northmore Community Services. And we provide newcomer groups and supports to newcomer students, as well as specialized services to English language students and families. And promotores are community health advocates. So they're community members who are leaders and can really do incredible outreach to the community. And they've been doing work with the Healthy Novato Initiative around prevention related to substance use, and as well as mental health needs. So we have folks that are providing one-on-one support. So the work that the promotores are doing is phenomenal. So between case management and the promotores, they've served more than 5,700 people this last year, primarily the Latinx community. So it's a breadth and a depth of services. And I think some of the take home messages we really wanted to leave with you, trustees, is that this work is deepening, that the relationships between Novato Unified School District, between Northmore Community Services as well as our other partners, our CBO partners, is effective. It's strategic. We're seeing this work expand because of COVID, and it needs to, because we're seeing the need increase. And then finally, we have more resources. There are more grants that have been provided, thankfully. So we do have more resources now. We have a new initiative called the SchoolWorks Initiative that I don't know if Katie has talked about yet, but some really exciting programs that are taking off this year. So we're proud to be a part of it.
So that concludes our presentation, and I'm not sure if there's time for questions or.
Yeah. We can have questions or comments from the board. I'll just say you guys are one of our strongest partnerships, and we don't do the work here in the district and serving the whole student. When we say the whole student, you are clearly a part of that equation, and you provide some great resources and services to our students and families. It's amazing, and it clearly shows that you had a good structure and a good system in place prior to COVID, because you were able to adapt quickly and move right into serving families who are in need of everything. And you clearly demonstrated that what you had in place and you were able to move right into it shows a lot of what you've been able to achieve, and what you have in place is working. So you're making a difference. Trustee Cooper?
Let me get myself unmuted. Cheryl, thank you so much. It's good to see you again. You have a lot to be proud of, and you're really helping out the community. I have a question. There's conversation, that maybe schools will go back to on-site teaching. How have you found that to be at your locations? Is that any big challenges, or how have you found that?
It's definitely, there are a lot of health and safety considerations when you have that many children on a campus.
Right.
We've had to have extra resources at the front of the building, taking temperatures, extra cleaning supplies, making sure, as possible, social distancing. I think the hardest part for us has been the financial hurdles, because we're only able to serve half the number of children, but need double the amount of staff. So it's created a tremendous deficit for us. And we feel the work is essential and core to what we did. This is, how we started 48 years ago, was after school programming. So we're committed. It's just, there's a financial challenge for sure.
Okay, thank you. And best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Trustee Gila?
Yeah. Hi, Cheryl. How are you? So it's been wonderful to hear what you guys have done and you continue to do. I'm not surprised. You're always out there doing something, and it's the services just keep getting better and better. And so I just want to say congratulations. And any plans for bullying prevention, alcohol work in the near future?
Elena, do you want to answer that?
Sure. Yes, we definitely have plans for continuing the work we've been doing related to bullying prevention and the reduction and prevention efforts related to substance use. So we have, again, we're key in the Healthy Novato initiative, and also have some funding through the Crescent Porter Hale Foundation. And so we're able to focus on parenting education and workshops, particularly at the middle school level. So last year, for instance, we served the San Jose and Sinaloa parents, and we're planning on doing it again with a target of bullying prevention and cyberbullying, as well as bringing in speakers and topics related to substance use prevention and positive parenting, and also suicide prevention. So we have conversations already in process with some of the school sites and the district staff around those workshops and educational opportunities.
Sounds like lots of work coming forward, and any plans on coalitions, doing coalitions?
We prefer coalition work. We're always stronger together, and so we are in partnership with NUSD. We're part of the Not in Our Town Novato group as well. We're submitting a collaborative grant through the Marin Prevention Network to start a new coalition in Novato. And Maria, you'll like this. We may be reactivating Novato Blue Ribbon Coalition for Youth if Novato does receive this grant. So luckily we saved our banner. So that you may hear about that work in the near future.
Awesome.
Katie will keep you updated.
Count on volunteering here.
Okay.
Thank you. And say hi to Berta for me.
Any other board members want to make it? Trustee Miller.
Hi. Cheryl and Alana, it's always great to see you guys. We're always stronger together. I think those were your words of 10 minutes ago. The fact is, a public agency like the school district has a big budget, but sometimes we don't have the sensitivity or the way to engage in our community in as an effective way as possible. And the partnership that your predecessor organizations have had and your organization is currently having in terms of being able to reach the community and make sure Novato is the kind of place we all want to live in, where people can be safe, where there's dialogue that's going on about issues if they're not fair and just, that they get talked about, that the services are available. I've had many friends who have said, I came to Novato and something went wrong in my life, and I walked into the Novato Human Needs Center and I got a month's rent and I got back on my feet, and that allowed me to build a life in this town. And I am forever grateful that Novato has the heart that it has to allow me to be a successful participant in the community, because I was tough times when I walked in the door, and you guys have led that, have led it for decades. So I just want to thank you for continuing to be here and work, and we're thrilled as the school district to be able to partner with you, because some of those people that need help are young and in our classrooms, and I am eternally grateful that you're available when the time comes to help them out. Thank you.
And thank you. And I think the thing I would add is the reason that the County of Marin has been contracting with us to provide a care navigator and NUSD in the same area where we've built trust with our families, trust with the students, and we're having harder conversations now about how to better serve. And I think that's something we can all feel proud about.
And there's in Novato going to be some people that are going to be on hard times. There's, and I'm glad you're here to help provide guidance. Thank you.
All right, if there's no other comments, we'll thank our presenters. Thank you guys for presenting this evening. Sure we'll have other opportunities for you to come before the board. So thanks, Cheryl. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we'll move on to announcements. And I've always done, we'll just start with our student board members and work our way down. So I'll start with Chloe. I see Chloe up there, the top of my screen. From Marin Oaks, I believe.
Yes, hello.
Hi. So just for the, maybe since this is the first meeting we're having our student board members, just introduce yourself, say a little bit about yourself and what grade you're in, what school, just all the usual stuff. And then you can go into your announcements.
Okay, my name is Chloe Purcell. I am a senior at Marin Oaks High School. My favorite subject is art, maybe history as well. So that's a little bit about me. And then I think that was it just for introducing myself. And then for the announcements, I actually did want to ask, I'm not the best with public speaking. And okay. So kind of when I start to talk in public, I kind of lose my head a little bit. So I'm kind of blanking a little bit on the announcements that I'm responsible for.
That's okay. That's all right. when do you want to, we can come back to you or whatever you want to do. I can go on.
Yeah, that would be
That's
really
okay.
great. I'm so sorry about that.
That's all right. No problem. I'll move on to Eva. Hi, Eva.
Hi, everybody. I'm so glad to be back. My name is Eva Gogus. I am a senior at Novato High. I am in leadership this year as one of the MSA coordinators of the leadership class. I'm also in MSA in the rock band program. That's that's that. So for announcements, we started our year off with the 4x4 schedule. And personally, I found it really great. I know that I've heard pretty good things from people who I've talked to. We started back with our Welcome Back Spirit Week, and we made it sort of a competition. So people would send in pictures of them all decked out in their spirit wear to our Instagram, and whichever class sent in the most pictures got spirit points. So this time around, the junior class won. So they got the spirit points from that week. And we're going to be doing it again in October when it comes around Halloween time. We had our club fair very recently, and this semester we have 18 new clubs, and they're all going to be going through Zoom. Our senior class is implementing painting our parking spots for a prom fundraiser, and we're just trying to return to some normalcy. And of course, we'll be doing social distancing and wearing masks and all that stuff. So it's going to be we're going to be auctioning off 30 spots, and the rest of the spots there's going to be a lottery, and donations are welcome but not necessary. Next up, our yearbook is actually doing really well for this early in the school year. We have been getting a lot of pictures due to our yearbook Snap app. And since it's not a class this semester, we really give a huge thanks out to all of our staff and students who are volunteering their time to put this together for this year's class to make it really special. We are starting our MSA Student of the Week yet again, and we possibly are going to start Athlete of the Week as well in our weekly announcements. And as well as that, we're adding in to our weekly announcements Hispanic and Latino recognition. And we are recognizing Suicide Awareness Month with daily Instagram posts to support anyone who's struggling or anyone who knows someone else who is struggling. So that's all I have for Novato so far.
Great, thank you, and welcome back. Elizabeth, hi.
Hi, it's good to see you guys again. I am Elizabeth. For those who do not know me, I am a senior at San Marin High School, and I have the honor of being senior class president this year. So for our updates, I'd like to start off that with the circumstances that we have, leadership is in the middle of regulating a virtual club fair, and basically what this is, it's a way to keep students involved. We're going to have Zoom meets for different clubs, and so hopefully it'll give the students something to look forward to. And so we're in the middle of having a Google form where people can look through, watch videos, and see what they're interested in. We also had ASB elections and videos, and since then our leadership class has been working on a few things, such as we are brainstorming ways to get creative and find a way to fundraise for our seniors because we've missed a lot of those opportunities already. We are also planning on auctioning off our parking spots soon, just like Eva said for Novato High, and we are going to have Suicide Awareness Month this month, and we have been posting on our social media as well. So one thing I wanted to mention and bring up was that I know you guys are aware of the fact that there's been a recent cultural divide at San Marin, and I know in other places in Marin County as well. And we are working hard to create a safer and inclusive environment for all. So I wanted to commemorate Dr. Sims for releasing a statement that identified the issue and promoted unity. And I'm also proud to announce that there is a group at San Marin that is starting called the San Marin Race Relations Coalition that is going to discuss every month how to make improvements in our social community. Because like as a student trustee, I aim on working to enforce discipline and highlight standing up for what is right. And so we have some work to do, but speaking out, I think, is a great place to start. And I know lots of the faculty and students are willing to promote and the respect of culture and social justice at our school. So yeah, that's my update for today.
That's really great to hear. I'm glad you announced that. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
The student voice is so important, and you're taking on the work. So that's great to hear. Keep us updated, please.
I will, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Chloe, I'm just going to go back to you and just say, how is school going? If you could just, how's classes going? A quick little, a minute of how your experience is.
Yeah, classes at Marin Oaks are actually going very well. Like Elizabeth was saying, despite our circumstances, we as a school and as a community have definitely been pushing through and finding new ways to connect with our teachers and connect with each other. One thing that I have always been proud of being able to say about our staff members at Marin Oaks is that they are very interested in the wellness of the students beyond simply educating them. And despite our very small amount of students that we have and the small amount of staff members that we have, particularly when we were physically in school, I was always able to tell everybody that we're very connected and it feels like a family. But I have noticed that going into this year, that kind of connection was lost, I think, just due to the stress that is put onto the teachers and onto the students. But despite that rocky beginning, Marin Oaks is trying to give a handout to students who, may be losing that sense of community by offering other classes such as our wellness group, and we do have a leadership group that I'm still in the process of trying to get into. But at Marin Oaks, the teachers are still really trying to stay connected with their students despite everything and despite that kind of loss in connection. I still feel just as safe in going to any of my teachers with any issues that I have, not just with my education, but also with my personal life.
Thank you so much for doing that, for speaking about that. We appreciate that. All right, I'll move down to the trustees. Trustee Miller, any announcements?
Yeah, two things. Friday, I had some time in the morning, and I drove by San Marin campus, and in the parking lot was the art teacher sitting on the tailgate of her SUV with a little sandwich board sign saying "Pick up art supplies here," and there was a dumb #2 pencil and a bulletin and a tablet and a few other supplies. And so I stopped and talked to her 6 feet apart with our masks on. And I said, so how's this working? She said, well, a lot of the students have supplies, but some don't. And so my job, I'm going to sit out here in this parking lot, and they know they can come by this morning. And anybody who is short resources to be able to participate in the art class can get whatever they need here. We have a standard kit picked up, or if they need something extra, that's available as well. And I said, so how is this Chromebook online experience working out? She says, well, Chromebooks aren't exactly a really good art platform. They're okay for typing and zooming, but in terms of graphics, they just fall way short. So we're issuing standard art supplies, and we're doing standard instruction. And you can take the Chromebook and face it down and show your art to the rest of the class, but the Chromebook itself is not an art instrument. So so that was pretty exciting, and she was out there in the hot sun dealing with that after the miserable week of last week in the smoke. So I said, how's the rest of the campus going? She said, well, a bunch of the teachers are going out and knocking on doors. They're going and parents are surprised. A teacher shows up at the door because a student missed a book or a student missed some part of resource and just hadn't connected to the class. And so she says, my peers are basically getting in their car and driving into the neighborhoods and reaching out, face to face to make a connection with the family and the students to make sure that San Marin students and Novato students are engaged in the process as the school reopens. And I was actually taken aback. You know, this is a tough time. Teachers are essential workers. There are health risks that are impacting a lot of people who have to go to work at a time when maybe you would rather stay home. And our teachers, in the face of all that, are trying to work safely, but they're putting in lots more hours. After they put in lots more hours doing a class on Zoom and then doing the grading, then they get in a car and drive out and actually go into the neighborhood and find the students who are not connected. It was just overwhelming to me to hear the commitment our instructional staff has put forward to the students of Novato. I mean, you know, we're the board and we're at management and everybody gets along, but when it comes right down to it, we've got 800 employees that work for this school district that care for the kids in this town and go the extra mile to find a way to make sure that those kids get what they need to be successful in life. And I was just flabbergasted because I knew that happened, but it was happening Friday afternoon at 10 o'clock when I pulled into the parking lot and the stories were there. And Mark Sims, I see you're on the call. You should be very proud of your staff. It was extraordinary to see. And I know the same thing's happening on every campus. It just happened to be the campus I pulled into, but I want to just thank every one of the employees that serves the kids of Novato for the work they're doing. And I just got to talk to a couple of them Friday, and I just wanted to share that with anybody who's willing to listen today or any other day. So thank you for your, Debbie, for the mic.
Thank you, Trustee Miller, for sharing that. It was important that we hear that. And we know it's happening all over, but to hear it, you know, at our board meeting is important. So thank you for sharing that. Trustee Nell, any announcements?
I can share that I had an opportunity to sit in and meet with the school startup meeting between the junior ROTC instructor and the Building Better Citizens support group and the Booster Club. And basically it was your typical how's it going, distance learning, what's working well, what's not, talked about fundraising and recruitment and trying to have as strong a year as possible going forward based on the circumstances. So like Ross mentioned, all the schools are doing their best to deal with the circumstances and try to come up with plans to do what they usually do, but in a different way. So it was a good meeting, and I think we'll continue to see good things come out of that program. So that's my announcement for today.
Thank you. Trustee Gasson?
So at the forefront of my mind has been our NUSD community and families. And so I really appreciate the student trustees and telling us what's going on, and also Trustee Miller's experience and sharing. And I concur, there's so many wonderful things going on out there. And my girls have been privileged to have some really excellent opportunities to see you know, things extending beyond just the classroom and doing stuff, you know, late emails or whatever, and supplies and all those kinds of things. So I'm very grateful for that. I also wanted to mention an event, a Facebook event that I know I sent out to the trustees, but I wanted to share with the community. It was on with the Hill, and it was called The Future of Education. And it had speakers from the Khan Academy, Salcon, the Walton Family Foundation, the Oakland, it's called oaklandreach.org, which was really interesting. That's local here, obviously. The Spelman College president was also on there, in addition to some other presentations. And I just found it very helpful because we are going through a unique time, and a lot of the focus was about the digital divide, but also finding solutions, which I think is important. You know, as we grow and continue, things surface, and I know that NUSD recently has a new connection for getting connectivity for kids, and so you know we're going to be working through this together as things come up. So I found that to be very helpful and interesting. And then I had the opportunity to participate in my first district leadership meeting. And so I thought that was great, hearing what the staff and team is doing. And also the PTAs are meeting again. So the North Marin Council PTA met and I was able to participate in that. And I appreciate Superintendent Koska's time letting everyone know what's going on, and looking forward to some other PTA meetings I've got scheduled this week and next week. So I know that there's a lot of work going on, and with this new reality of not being able to do the fundraisers as we would once do, or the school gatherings, we're talking about doing remote bingos and different things like that. So, and actually I'm inspired by Catherine Nom's dance party thing. So I'm going to look at how we can maybe try to do something like that at my daughter's school. So.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Mack?
Nothing to report tonight.
All right. Trustee Cooper?
Yeah, just I was able to attend, I guess I popped into 3 Zoom back to school nights at Novato High. They were great. Teachers were well. They just stepped right up, and there were a lot of parents, good participation. So I enjoyed that.
All right, Trustee Aguila?
Okay, just wanted to say to the student trustees that public speaking is the top 3 fears that we all have. And so just the best way to do it is just to keep at it. And so if you feel fear, that's okay.
Yep, you're right.
That's it. Top 3.
Right. I attended back to school night as well. I tried to get to Novato High and Sinaloa. Both schools did a great job. Sinaloa, I thought Jeff Wallace did an amazing job of just welcoming the parents and answering any questions that they possibly had. I sat through all of that, and I just found it interesting to see what was concerns of the parents, and they handled it very well. And I think their open door policy and just trying to make parents and kids feel comfortable through all of this, and they're doing the best they can. I was able to sit on the North Marin Council PTA meeting and JLAC, which is a Joint Legislative Action Committee, which is a county-wide trustee and superintendent committee. And I just kind of sit in that just to kind of keep myself educated on what's happening in Sacramento, waiting for some bills to get signed from Governor Newsom. He's holding out a little bit. And the last thing I did, no, that was it. So those are the things that I did. Superintendent Koska, I'll turn it over to you if you have any announcements.
Yeah, I just wanted to take a minute to thank everybody who's going above and beyond. You know, I continue to check in with folks in our community, hear from, you know, the teachers who are just talking about how hard this is. And I want to acknowledge that what we're asking our folks to do, and this goes beyond our teachers, but particularly to our teachers, it's just, we're asking them to do something entirely new without all the resources we need to be able to do it. And in a way that they haven't had, you know, enough time to be trained in. And I just want to show appreciation to everybody who's out there going above and beyond. And you know, hope that this is short term, and we can get kids back on campus when it's safe. But in the meantime, thank you to everybody who's stepping it up.
All right, that concludes our announcements. We'll move on to non-agenda public comment. We do have one comment this evening, I believe. No, and typically we have Chris or Ellen. We'll be reading Ellen. There she is.
I was waiting for the host. Okay, we have one non-agenda public comment. This is from Heather Bettini. Subject is eliminate school resource officers. Hello, Board of Trustees. I grew up in Marin County and now live in Nevada with my 2 children and spouse. While my children are not yet school-aged, I am deeply concerned about the use of school resource officers, SROs, on campuses throughout the county. I graduated from San Rafael High School in 2003, and the SROs on my campus never made me feel safer. In fact, they were scary and did not fit in with our campus community. Marin County schools should provide safe, equitable learning environment for all students, regardless of race, sex, religion, ability, etc. For this reason, I would like to see the immediate removal of SROs from schools. Funds should be reallocated to trauma-informed and restorative supports that will enable students to develop self-worth and achieve their fullest potential. I believe that you are in this role because you genuinely care about our youth and want to utilize your power and resources to create equitable outcomes for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And moving on to the next item is our public hearings. We have 2 public hearings this evening. This is a public hearing provides an opportunity for the community to discuss or provide comments, feedback on these 2 items. So what I will do is I will open the public hearing. This is the naming of the new Performing Arts Center at San Marin High School. I'm just going to I don't have my gavel, so I'm just going to kind of bang on my desk, if you can hear that. Opening the public hearing, and I know we do have some comments from our community on this first item, which was, as I said, naming the new Performing Arts Center at San Marin High School.
We do. Thank you. The first one is from Pauline Hansen, SMHS Performing Arts Theater. I am supportive of naming the lobby of the new Performing Arts Theater as the Linda Kisslingberry Lobby. Ms. K dedicated so many years to the drama program at SMHS. She has taught thousands of students and has stayed in touch with many of them long after they graduated. The new Performing Arts Theater was her dream, and I believe it is very fitting to honor her this way. This is from Kelly Toma, new theater name. The new theater should be renamed after an incredible woman who has directly impacted so many San Marin High School students throughout her long career. The Linda Kisslingberry Theater is without a doubt the only name change this theater should be making. She deserves to be put in the spotlight, pun intended, for how amazing she is. This is from Nico Wallace, naming of new San Marin Theater. I support the naming of the San Marin High School Performing Arts Theater lobby to be named after Miss Linda Kisslingberry, also known affectionately as Miss K. As a former student of Miss K's, I can say her impact on students' confidence and appreciation of the arts is long-lasting. I gained a greater respect for and understanding of the cultural impact of theater. Drama with Miss K was everyone's favorite class, not only because we got to express ourselves in a healthy and supportive environment, but also because of the theater community she inspired. Her passion and dedication to an often ignored part of San Marin is truly admirable. Miss K never stopped fighting for the arts and for her students. I recognize the lengths Miss K went to get this theater built, not for herself, but for the future generations of San Marin students, discovering the great joy of theater performance. Therefore, I ask you to consider renaming the lobby the Mrs. Linda Kisslingberry Lobby, with a commemorative plaque recognizing her commitment and passion for San Marin's theater community. This one is from Julia Raven, San Marin Theater Lobby, Mrs. Linda Kisslingberry Lobby. I was a student of Mrs. Linda Kisslingberry's for 4 years while at San Marin High School. To say that it shaped me as a person and made high school an incredibly memorable experience. Ms. K worked tirelessly to support her students and to give them an incredible experience. Many students were introduced to theater for the first time, and she made us both a family and a team that could put on great shows and even travel for competitions. Ms. K has also been pivotal in getting students the theater they deserve. She has put in so much work to give her students a theater that they can be proud of, and it would be incredible to have her name on the lobby. I know that I and so many students like me owe more than we can say to Ms. K. I ask that the council immortalize her in this way. This one is from Bridget Wallace, dedication of the new San Marin High School theater lobby to Mrs. Kisslingberry. Dear NUSD board members, I would like to suggest to name the lobby of the new San Marin High School Performing Arts Center after Mrs. Linda Kisslingberry, or better known as Mrs. K. Mrs. Kisslingberry was instrumental in making the new theater for San Marin a reality and dedicated many months of research to get the theater design just right. She was also instrumental in getting the theater funded. Now retired, Mrs. K spent the last 20 years teaching drama at San Marin High and is remembered fondly for her great love of the art and the dedication she had to all her students. She produced well over 60 plays. Many of them won awards at theater competitions. Mrs. K gave her students a safe environment to gather and share their love of the performing arts. Mrs. K was a wonderful, dedicated, and loved drama teacher that surely deserves to be remembered for all she did for the San Marin performing arts community. Therefore, I ask respectfully for your consideration to name the new lobby the Mrs. Linda Kisslingberry Lobby. We would also like to present Mrs. K with a plaque that will list all of her productions over the years. Hopefully it can be permanently displayed in the new lobby. Thank you for your consideration, Bridget Wallace. This is from Heather Hartley, naming of new Performing Arts Center at San Marin. The new Performing Arts Center replaces the Emily Gates Student Center. It would be wonderful if the new building also honored Mrs. Gates. The San Marin Music Boosters votes for the building to be named the Emily Gates Performing Arts Center. The beloved Mrs. Gates has been a part of the music program in Novato, mostly at San Marin High School, since the 1970s. This is from Carolyn Perrone, naming of the San Marin PAC and the lobby. Dear NUSD Board and Superintendent Koska, I am very delighted that the Emily Gates Performing Arts Center is in consideration to be the name for the PAC at San Marin High School. Mrs. Gates most definitely deserves this honor. I'm so happy that she continues to be recognized for her many years of dedication as a teacher. She's an amazing individual who is extremely generous with her time and her expertise in the music and musical theater programs. It is also my hope that in the near future, a conversation is set in motion to consider naming the lobby after Linda Kislingberry. Ms. Kay has devoted many years to the drama, performing arts, and technical arts programs. The Linda Kislingberry lobby honors and recognizes her for the passion and dedication she has shown throughout her many years teaching at San Marin High School, as well as promoting the newly constructed PAC along with Emily Gates. On a personal note, I will always be grateful to both of these amazing teachers for instilling a love of music, musical theater, drama, and technical arts to so many students throughout our community. Thank you, Carolyn Perrone. Finally, Jackie Toma, Performing Arts Center at San Marin. So happy to hear that Emily Gates is being considered for the name on the Performing Arts Center. She is a staple at San Marin and has been for decades. Looking forward to Linda Kislingberry also being acknowledged for her decades of hard work and commitment to making San Marin all that it could be in the arts drama department. I've never known anyone work harder for her students, fellow staff, and our community. Naming the lobby of the Performing Arts Center would be an honor for Ms. Kay, along with a plaque listing all her accomplishments over the years. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, that concludes our community comments, public comments for this item. So what will happen is we have both of these items for our public hearings on discussion action. So I'll go to the board when that time comes during discussion action. So I'm going to close the public hearing for this item, naming new Performing Arts Center at San Marin High School. So I'm going to close that meeting at 8:14. And I will move on to opening the public hearing for the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for 2020-2021. I will open the public hearing at 8:14. And I know we do have some public comment on that as well.
Getting the time in. Okay, first one is from Carlos Solis, School Plan. Dear board members, like many other Novato parents, I support on-site school instruction under NUSD hybrid model. As you know, this could happen as early as September 29th. As recommended by the American Association of Pediatrics a couple of months ago, returning to school is very important for the healthy development and well-being of children. I urge you to work creatively with teachers and parents to come up with a robust and creative plan to do this safely and as soon as cleared by California COVID-19 response framework. For our county to truly value children, elected leaders must come together to appropriately support schools and safely returning students to the classroom and reopening schools. This one is from Sierra Cubley de Bruin, Public Health Liaison. NUSD has failed to provide additional support and guidance for school site personnel that is proportionate to the significant increase in daily work responsibilities falling on school site personnel, especially site office staff, due to challenges stemming from COVID-19 and VLA. At a time when NUSD has just 3 health service techs and 2 school nurses serving 17 public schools and 7,829 students, it is not practicable for office managers and principals who already are tasked with so much at the site level to be designated as their site's public health liaisons, or PHLs for brevity. When office managers attended PHL training, we learned the job entails a lot of extra work, including PHL registration, as well as implementation, record keeping, and communication of Department of Public Health's exposure protocols, and school site-specific protection. Designated PHLs must also maintain a campus check-in, check-out log, a tracking spreadsheet for contact tracing, and current emergency contact information for all staff, students, and visitors, and are responsible for contacting public health offices and notifying all parties of possible confirmed exposure. Other public schools in nearby districts list open PHL positions starting at $19 to $24 an hour. NUSD must hire more health service professionals to take on some of the recently added work so sites do not fall short of meeting this moment, or at a minimum hire support staff to restrict a single employee's exposure to so many school sites.
Okay, that concludes our public comment on this item, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. So I will close the public hearing. It's 8:17. And we will move into our discussion action items. As I said, these items would appear. So the first item is a naming of the new Performing Arts Center at San Marin. This is item 16A. And we have Trustee Gasson, do you have a question?
I do. I kept looking at my notes. Is there two things to do? I heard reference to a lobby and then the building. So is there two different things?
No, so I'll have Mike explain it. We're approving, the recommendation is to approve the naming of the Performing Arts Center, the building itself. But you're right, we did hear other requests for a naming of the lobby, and we can have staff speak to that and how that process could potentially happen.
Okay, because I kept reading and then I thought, well, maybe I missed a supplemental piece that I just didn't see. Okay, thank you.
So I will turn it over to Mike Willard.
President Butler, first I'd like to thank Trustee Millerick and Trustee Mack to remind us what blue skies over Nevada look like. It seems like we haven't seen those in a couple of weeks. But pretty exciting Tuesday. We are here today to seek your approval to officially name the new Performing Arts Center building currently under construction at San Marin, the Emily Gates Performing Arts Center. The building is due to be completed in March 2021. As you know, the previous building, which we demolished to build this new building, was previously named the Emily Gates Student Center. And per board policy 7310, we are recommending that this board approval remain in effect for 10 years. So in around 2030, we recommend reviewing it again to see if we'd like to continue that. And again, this is just for the naming of the building. So this will be the sign on the outside of the building that will say the Emily Gates Performing Arts Center. So it's our recommendation, and I'd like to welcome Dr. Sims, principal of San Marin High School, is here as well to answer any questions that you might have, and we're happy to entertain those at this time.
All right, I'll open up to the board and student board members. Any questions or comments, Trustee Millerick?
Hi, thanks. So I listened to the comments, and I have been a witness of Ms. Kissenberry's contribution to that campus for 2 decades, and I would like to figure out how we are going to honor both. The recommendation from the community comments were name the lobby after Miss Kissenberg, and with a plaque memorializing her plays, and then name the building as its predecessor was the Emily Gates building. And how do we go about doing both of those things? I don't know what proper legal notice has to happen or how this works. We've had a public hearing, we've got a recommendation. Can we amend the motion and achieve both ends tonight? Is that within our scope, or do we have to have an additional item later?
Mike, would you like to answer? Or
I think that's probably best for Yancey.
Okay.
I'm happy to address on a policy question. Our policy that the board approved and updated about a year ago is clear that a public hearing has to be held and move forward for a discussion action. So we could not take action and amend the recommendation tonight. If the site wants to request that, they'll have to go through the same process that they went through in this case for the Emily Gates naming of the Performing Arts Center.
They could put forward a request to have the lobby named in honor of Miss Kissenberry, and that would flow through the process, and we would have a similar public hearing, and then we would vote on that having followed the process. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
So it's not a no, it's just a not now. We can only act on what's in front of us that's run through the process.
Correct, because this has been noticed per the board policy.
Okay. Well, I would encourage the community to do exactly that. Like I said, I've witnessed 20 years of service to this community, and I would hope they would bring that forward to us, because I certainly would support that. But I will support the motion in front of us tonight.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Miller. Any other board members on this? Trustee Cooper.
First of all, I'd like to thank Mark Sims for bringing this forward. It was a very nice letter that you presented to us. And this is kind of a no-brainer. I'm very happy to support naming the building for Miss Emily Gates. She's done so much over the years, and given so much of her time before retirement, after retirement, every breathing moment of her life. So I would support that, and I would make a motion to approve this.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table by Trustee Cooper. Do we
I'll
have a
second.
second before I go to comments?
I'll second. I'll just add something too. I want to say thanks to Mark for bringing this forward as well. I think this is absolutely appropriate. The Gates family has contributed so much to the campus, even going back to the time when I was there. So well deserved, and hardly endorse it. With regard to Ms. Kay, she's actually the drama teacher for my nephew, and I saw lots of great productions there. But anyway, I think we need to go through the process and let Mark run that process. You know, this is his campus, and go through the proper channels. But by all means, I fully support it when the time comes. We properly notice it, and if Mark deems it's the way to go. So.
Okay. Trustee Gila, I'll open it or bring it back to questions of the boards. We have a first and a second. You're okay?
I was going to second, but he beat me to it.
Oh, okay. I apologize. All right. Any other comments with the motion on the table?
We need to hear from Elizabeth, who's our San Marin
Sure.
voice.
You'd like her? Yeah. Elizabeth, would you like to?
Sure, I'd be happy to say something.
Yes.
I think that it is very fitting that Emily Gates receives the title, because I feel like she has been a staple in our community, and everybody I know loves her. She is a literal angel and a creative genius, but so is Miss Kay, and I've heard many, many good things about her too. So I'm really looking forward to hopefully doing something that's fitting, and we can contribute to her in many other ways, because I definitely want to make sure she is honored too. I'm happy that Mrs. Gates's legacy is staying and it's not being taken away. But I'm really excited for the future, and I can't wait to see for Miss Kay. There's going to be some great surprises ahead, I'm sure.
Great. Thank you for providing that comment. All right, I will go ahead and we have a motion by Trustee Cooper, a second by Trustee Mack. This is, again, the recommendation from the staff is the naming of the Performing Arts Building, brand new at San Marin High School, to carry on the name of Emily Gates Performing Arts Center. All those in favor? And board members, please raise your hand, and because you get a preferential vote, excuse me. So I have 7-0 with, do I see Chloe on? Chloe, would you like to vote if you are? I don't see you. So I have 2 preferential votes from Elizabeth and Eva, and from Chloe. So we have 3 preferential votes. Thank you very much from our student board members. Okay. And then as we, just for Dr. Sims, you heard the comments from the board. If the lobby or any other but any other process for naming of a building or a room or a lobby, as it was said, to go through the process, and it'll come before the board to get approval. So we will move on to the next item, which is 16B. This is the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan 2020-2021. And Dr. Amy Carter is on the screen. Thank you, President Butler. I'm gonna get my slide deck up. All right, tonight this is our first opportunity to really share with the community our first draft at the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. This won't be formally adopted until our next meeting, and so we really are looking for feedback and input from our community about this 35-page document. This is kind of a change for us to write this plan. As you know, we normally put before you the local control accountability plan. But during this pandemic, Senate Bill 98 has replaced that requirement with this plan, which is the Learning Continuity Plan. On behalf of the entire, I always like to remind everybody of our mission here and really what this work is about as we review this plan together. All right, so what is the Learning Continuity Plan? Really what it is it was designed to memorialize the planning that was already underway for the 2021 school year. As you'll recall, a few months ago, I brought in front of you our preparing for the school year, the COVID-19 return to school plan. And so this really is the work that we did together this summer. And so we're really taking this work and putting it into the Learning Continuity Plan template. So when you look at the addressing the gaps in learning, that was in our reentry plan document, chapter 6. And you can see that there's strong correlation to the work that we brought before you. And just really, we've taken a lot of that. I hope that document is very familiar to you, because really what we did was copy paste elements from the COVID reentry guidance plan and reformat it into the template that the state was asking for us. Keep in mind that plan was written with a 150-member task force, and we had representation from parents and students, staff, and our other community members in the writing of that. Just to review, that work began in May, and we brought it to the board here on June 28th, and that's when you adopted that plan. And so we've taken that plan, we've transitioned it into this Learning Continuity Plan for the 2021. To bring this plan before you, we began with a Facebook Live event on August 31st. We took it to our Parent Advisory Council, our District English Learner Advisory Committee, and here we are in our public hearing phase. So we've had the opportunity to have some great conversations with our stakeholders, and all that feedback is informed the final draft. In addition, you can see on our website, we take all the comments that we receive in all those meetings, and we list those out, and we respond to those in writing. And so those are also available for the public. So anyone that couldn't attend those meetings, they can see the questions that were asked and the dialogue that took place. So what's the point? Why do we have this plan? Basically, the state is telling us there's two things that they want from us. They want us to know, just like the LCAP, what are our increased and improved services for those unduplicated students. That's our English language learners, homeless, foster, socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So really, how are we using the funds from the state to make sure that what we're doing for them is increased and improved? The second one, this new requirement, is really how are we bolstering our support for our students and staff in this virtual, hybrid, in-person learning environment. So we've really captured that in this plan. So rather than go through all the details, all I'm going to do is just kind of really touch on some highlighting points that are really sort of novel or interesting that we thought we'd make sure to highlight in this presentation. The first, of course, is when we return to in-person instructional offerings, there's going to be a high requirement for the personal protective equipment. So we've used some of the funds from the state to make sure that that's happening. In addition, we're allocating some money for special ed transportation costs because there are reduced capacity requirements. And so that will be a pretty significant ticket item to make sure that we're transporting those students safely and within the guidelines of the county. distance learning. Of course, to prepare for this, we have allocated the funds to make sure that we have home internet and that we have our prevention coordinator and an individual from IT making sure that all of our homes have internet. We've acquired district-wide Zoom licenses. We've acquired learning management tools for the digital world and a lot of rich online curriculum. In addition, we have allocated some of those funds to make sure that we have iPads for any K through 2 students who might need a digital device at home. And of course, we've allocated a lot of our resources to this new virtual learning academy, which is being attended by roughly 18% of NUSD students are being served through that virtual learning academy, which is remote learning throughout the entire school year. Whoop. Another place where we allocated some resources quite significantly is making sure that we have professional development for our staff. This is a strange new world, and so we wanted to make sure that we took the time to make sure that our staff had the opportunity to learn some of these new tools and to learn best practices in online learning. And so we were able to offer several days of training. In addition to the ones you see before you, we also let staff write their own adventure. And so if there was something that they were interested in or an application or some kind of online training, they were free to submit that to us and they were compensated for that time. So this was a wild success and I think it's something we might replicate in the future. Pupil learning loss. So it was important when we looked at these funds and how we were going to allocate them to make sure that we had a strategy to make sure that we were able to intervene when we see that learning loss, to find new ways to keep students on pace with their peers. And so we've acquired some great digital tools. One of the things I'm proudest about this is all the tools that we acquired are available in English and Spanish. And so they're able to be used in both an English-speaking household and a Spanish-speaking household. So these are tools that will help us be able to track any learning loss and have a keen insight as to where we need to pick up when these students return. In addition, of course, our data matters system is where we're mapping the mastery of those essential standards and making sure that we're capturing those multiple sources of data and that we have a good sort of overview of our students and what they'll be needing from us as they return. And once we understand that, we can intervene and we can accelerate with some strong learning strategies to get students back up to the levels they need to be. Our mental health counseling services also was something that we heard strongly from both our parent and student community groups that it was very important that we allocate resources in this way. And so our mental health counseling services are being provided virtually and in person. Our restorative justice counselors are out there meeting with students and having facilitated conversations and supporting mental health. And we have an online mental health awareness training through an application called Cognito that enables our staff to really picture how to have these challenging conversations about mental health. And each school site has their own district socio-emotional plan. So how are we going to support students' social and mental health during this time? When it comes to the section on pupil engagement and family outreach, our community liaisons are really just working heart and soul out there to make sure that they're accessing families and that they're looking at any welfare needs and finding strategies to meet them. As I mentioned before, our software was in English and Spanish. We're using new digital tools like Thought Exchange to facilitate a dialogue with our community and really have strong input from them about what they need from us and how we can best support them. And we have great resources in our COVID-19 webpage, which again is available in English and Spanish. And it's just stacked with great resources for families and for educators. And last but not least, school nutrition has been doing an exceptional job. They continue to serve 3 meals a day and for students throughout Novato. And so that's another place where we made sure to allocate resources to make sure that
any of our food insecure students have what they need to receive nutrition throughout the day. And so we're very proud of that we've been able to do that. All right, you have the 35-page document before you, and it kind of breaks down in even more detail these elements and helps you understand where we've allocated these resources that have come to us from the state and what our intention is with that. So today we're just really putting this forward, and we again invite anyone from the community to reach out and ask us questions or give us suggestions on how we've mapped out these funds. Once it's adopted by the board, which I believe will be September 30th, we'll bring it back to the board for adoption. Then we send this plan to MCOE, and the county office can make some recommendations. It'll come back to our governing board, and we can decide if and how we want to incorporate those recommendations. And lastly, it's posted on our website in English and Spanish. So that's the next journey for this document.
All right, so board members, I know we are going to have, this is our special board meeting on the 22nd of September, next Tuesday, to take action on this item, but this was an opportunity, as Amy said, for the community to provide feedback between now and then, or for board members to even ask if you have questions. Trustee Miller.
Simple question. Yeah, I've asked it before. I just can't remember the answer. How many meals do we serve a week to our students?
Where's Yancey?
Somebody knows the answer because they gave it to me 2 weeks ago and I forgot.
While we're waiting for Yancey, I've given that answer a couple times and I've gotten it wrong to like a magnitude of 10. So I won't give the answer this time. I'll let Yancey come on and give the answer.
Well, he's talking, his lips are moving, but he's not talking. So
my apologies, Trustee Millerick. That darn Mike Woolard came into my office to talk about a construction project. Could you repeat the question?
What's the number of lunches, Yancey?
So how many meals do we provide our community during the course of a week, or whatever you think the right measure is?
At the end of spring, when we were in full swing, and we were over 20,000 meals a week we were providing to our community.
Yeah, that's
it's obviously been a little lower in the summer, but as we're building that back up again in the fall. So Cody Williams and his fantastic team are really doing some great stuff for our community and our families.
Well, you know, if you're hungry, it's sort of hard to learn. It's sort of everything else kind of goes by the by.
Mm-hmm.
That is, you know, Maslow's something of needs. I think, you know, somebody took this in an education university class, knows this better than I do. The other thing I'd like to comment on is I've been watching our education department and our tech department make sure that we were delivering accessibility to our community where they live at home, not necessarily where they are in this classroom. And I have watched them adjust and correct and revise and improve. And I want to, you know, it's one thing to have a plan and execute. It's another thing to in a very agile way, figure out what works and what doesn't work, make the adjustments, do it on a very short time frame, and deliver the results and is the very best way you can. And I know we're not 100% there. It's a big ask. You know, we decided we needed to deliver 8,000 connections to our students at home, and that's a network that exists in the community. It's not one even on our campuses we can control. And the credit and our team that had put together Chromebooks ahead of time, we're ahead of other districts, but it's still a big lift. And I just want to honor them and the hard work that I know they're still doing to make sure that students have a reasonable access at home. And to complement that, I want to also note Catherine Nam's dancing ability. And I think that connectivity is probably half the answer. I think the wires are one thing, but the spirit, it's the other half. And I want to thank both teams. Thanks.
Well said.
Any other comments from the board? Trustee Nell.
So I think you would like to weigh in a little bit and basically just start out by congratulating and thanking our Amy and our staff for putting together this plan. Essentially, in the middle of a pandemic crisis, we had to hole up and shift gears and take what work had been done on our LCAP and turn it into the new LCP, which doesn't include the A for some reason in the acronym. And but I don't want to get into public school acronyms. That'll drive us all crazy tonight. But essentially, I think it's admirable and deserving of respect what you guys did. And the document itself actually is very useful. When I was reviewing it, I felt like, wow, there's so much about public education that I forgot about. But having the document and to go through it, it helped me to refresh and say, okay, we got that. We're covering this. We're going over that. So I'm really happy to be associated with the work that you guys did. I think that you're providing our community with an in-depth plan and resource. And as someone who has to answer questions with constituents, I find myself in the awkward position of what I call if, and, or but answers, because of depending on the unlimited number of circumstances or conditions that might apply to your particular situation in your child's case. So let's get ed code out and we'll figure it out. No, that's impossible. But a document like this is useful because you can point a parent or a community member to it. And one of the things that I also want to emphasize is the use of your links, because as anyone knows, when you're reading through a document and you're trying to seek the answer to what you want and not learn everything there is to know about public education in the state of California, you want to get to the part where it's going to answer the questions that you have. And when you get there, having additional links that can take you deeper into those if, and, or but, the circumstances, trying to get answers to what it all means, I think are really, really useful. So I want to commend you on your use of adding links, and I'd recommend that you add more if possible. So whether we're talking about diagnostic assessments, formative assessments, or summative assessments, I need links to get me back to the differences between all of those assessments, how they're done, and the meaning behind them. So let's plug some more in there. I also think it's important to kind of go back to what I was saying before, congratulating you guys. I mean, the focus is correct. I mean, you put the pupil learning, the loss of pupil learning, very high on the list, mental health, nutrition, and obviously we have to train our staff to deal with these new conditions and restrictions. But we didn't leave out community engagement. So it's a strong report, and I look forward to working with it. In addition to my link addition, I'd like you to get a link on a 504 plan. So that's just something that I think people don't know enough about. And so a personal request of mine would be to get a link with an explanation as to what a 504 plan is and how that works, and the pluses and the minuses. I'm sure there's some information available. So congratulations to you, your staff, and grateful appreciations for the work that you guys have done. And I recommend to anyone out there who's paying attention or may find out about this later, that this is an excellent source to go to and to try to get answers and to try to understand how public education works. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nell. Any further comments? All right.
I would just be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the work of Susie Hirschfield in this document. It's got her fingerprints all over it, and she's the reason why that readability is there. And in many ways, I find this document more useful than our LCAP in its approachability. So I echo that praise.
Susie's the secret sauce.
Yeah.
It is. Don't tell anybody.
Trustee Gasson.
I would concur with that statement. It was easier for me and to tag on to Trustee Nell's comments about the links, because I still, there's things that are still, as much as I learn every day and think I've got it, there's just so much else. And so having those links, I was actually going through a lot of them today. So I do think it is very useful. The LCAP was just always so, more tedious, it seemed. And also just wanted to make a note, our comment about food services. My husband was looking at the menu and he was pretty excited about going down there to go have food. So seeing what they're doing has been great as well. I think there was something else I just can't recall, but great job and great work. I appreciate all the time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll conclude this topic. It is just a discussion item. It'll come on September 22nd, next Tuesday at 6 p.m. as our open session for approval of this item, because we can't do a public hearing and approval in the same night. Is why we're separating those out. Okay, we'll move on to 16C. This is approval of the revised education services policy. It's a first reading of 5127, graduation ceremonies and activities. And I see Jen up there. Hi, Jen.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here tonight bringing you a recommendation for an update to our board policy 5127, graduation ceremonies and activities, that we actually started the discussion and process on way back in 2017. So in 2017, with the approval of our graduate profile and equity imperative, we were tasked with auditing a lot of our programs, curriculum, instructional practices, and including our graduation ceremonies and awards. What came about in that discussion was some work that had actually been done by my predecessor, which was to move away from the class ranking and the valedictorian and opening up to a more broad award system that values the whole child, and it was more in alignment with 21st century learning and also with our equity imperative. At that point, we made a decision as an organization that the class of 2021 would be the first class that would be shifting from a valedictorian salutatorian formula to that of a distinguished scholar. And that language has been printed in their academic planning guides since the beginning of their high school time. Today is that year, or we are there at 2021, and our class of 21 is preparing themselves for graduation. And so I'm here tonight to talk about the formula that we have come up with to distinguish our scholars moving forward. In a lot of conversations and discussions with our counseling team, with our high school administrators, with students over the course of the last 3 years, the decision has been made to bring a recommendation to shift our formula to match that of the California Biliteracy Seal and the Golden State Seal Merit Diploma. The reason for this is these are two formal California recognized awards that are already a part of the graduation ceremonies. The reason we want to use these more formally in our local awarding system is because they actually carry weight. As you guys may know, the award of valedictorian and salutatorian happen long after a student has already been accepted, and there's also no place for that recognition to carry with them. Unlike these two awards, which actually come with formal seals on their diplomas, embossing on their transcripts, and follow with them no matter where they go once they're past high school and they start to seek higher education acceptances. So our goal is to have an award that is both a local graduation award, we will call it Distinguished Scholar, but using the formulas of the Golden State Merit Diploma and the Seal of Biliteracy, which are both in more alignment with 21st century learning skills and our equity imperative, to ensure that those awards carry a little bit more weight when the students leave with them after their graduation. With that, I would love to open it up for questions. The only other edit you'll notice in the board policy, just as a quick note, are just simply CSBA updates that need to be made either way. There is one other section, so you'll notice the Distinguished Scholar language on page 2 is Novato specific. That's what we're here discussing tonight. If you scroll down just a touch further to page 4, you'll also notice that we did take out the word shall and replace it with the word may to update this policy to reflect the changes that you approved just months ago around board policy 5131.6, our alcohol and other drugs.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Board members and student board members, questions, Trustee Mack, and then Trustee Miller.
Thanks, Jen, for putting this together. Long time coming, and I hope it does put a little more objectivity into the process. But anyway, I'm looking forward to it. The question, I'm just a little confused about, you're saying how we're going to be able to track this in advance of their college applications? So are we going to have some sort of a status of these students end of their junior year, going into their senior year, or did I hear that wrong?
So we will be able to see if they're on track for these awards by then, but graduation awards are never awarded until about May is when I order and I submit their names to the state. The difference between this is, yes, they will already be accepted, but when we send in a copy of their diploma and their final transcripts, they will be embossed with these seals, which carries weight. Where it really comes into play is if they choose to go into graduate programs, master's programs, doctorate programs, where they're going to be submitting transcripts down the line.
Got it.
Trustee Miller, I'm going to go to Elizabeth.
Sure,
First,
that's great. I'm
Okay.
more interested in what she has to say than what I have.
Me too.
Oh, that's nice. I have just a quick question to see, you know, how valedictorian and salutatorian, it was a very like specific individualized position. However, I was wondering like how many students do you plan to have selected as distinguished scholars? Is there a specific amount that you guys are going to honor?
There's no limit to the number that we would honor. We want this to be open to all students who can meet the criteria. So the criteria for biliteracy is a high level of proficiency in both English and any other language. And so we would be honoring those students. I will say that we typically have around 70 to 80 students district-wide who receive that honor. I do believe adding this to our distinguished scholar qualifications will put more weight and more focus on our desire for students to be biliterate. And so we would like to see that number increase. The Golden State Seal, on the other hand, is about proficiency in all subjects. And so you're looking for students who are showing high proficiency in language arts, math, science, social studies, and specifically it's US history. And then they can choose 2 other subject areas of their passion where they've shown proficiency. So any student who meets the criteria laid out by the state would be honored. So there is no limit.
Perfect. Thank you for letting me know.
Absolutely.
Trustee Miller.
So this is a broader conversation for me than we're having right now. This is a tool that families use and focus on, and if I'm first in my class or second in my class or in the top 10 in my class, and I've watched over years of people fighting for, well, I need to have one more AP class because I get 5 credits for an AP class, but I only can get an A's worth 5, where in a regular class it's only worth 4, and that'll put me one step ahead, and then I'll be in the 8th position in my class, and then I'm trying to get into this particular university, and that's going to matter. And people spend years planning their child's success path through this elaborate strategy. So I don't understand how this new system works. And I'm not sure I ever subscribed to that old system. I mean, I'm a guy that went to, I went to a community college for 2 years and went off to a university and ended up as the president of the honor society at my graduate school. But my personal value system is different than that, but there are people who that'll go crazy if we take away those old structures that they've been talked about with their parents and their grandparents and their kids on how, are you 5th in your class or you're 3rd in your class? And you can say, well, we don't know. You got this great seal, it's on your diploma, somebody in the graduate school is going to care, but they can't talk about it at Christmas saying I'm 3rd in the class. So there's going to be a very loud conversation around this whole discussion, and I guess I'd like to learn more about your thinking, because I'm not sure I'm ready for the avalanche of criticism without a clear understanding of why it's better for our students in Nevada. Because finally, to me, that is the test. And there are schools that award 20 valedictorians in the same class because they know the valedictorians count, and the colleges have to, figure out which schools have their fingers on the scale and which ones don't. So it's a big topic for me, and I guess I want to learn more.
So I think there's two pieces there that I think are really important to stand out. You are absolutely right. There is the tradition that comes along with the title of valedictorian and salutatorian. It is a historically recognized, but it is only that. So a college application, there is no place in which a valedictorian or salutatorian is considered because it hasn't occurred yet. So it has no bearing on college acceptance. It does have bearing on family holidays, like you said, or kind of the traditional way of looking at how we compete with one another in our academic settings. And I've had many of these conversations over the past years, and very much so lately. I think what we want to move away from, and I think this is twofold, is first, it's been described, and the reason why we're moving away from it in the academic planning guides since the class started. What we're looking at now is specifying the formula. So I don't believe there's much debate around the fact that we're moving to a distinguished scholar, which a lot of high schools have already made that move. It's a matter of defining how we're going to create that honor, how we're going to what formula we're going to use to determine who is a distinguished scholar. Like you said, a valedictorian is a traditional high weight in our minds. It carries no weight. The reason that this decision to move in this direction was because of the weight that it actually carries in a formal way. So that's part of it. The other is, I think, just the social emotional wellness in a community and a organization that is really working towards wellness and moving away from a kind of competitive environment that is causing our students much higher stress. This is one of those places, as you mentioned, that causes high levels of anxiety, and in a lot of cases unnecessarily. And you brought up some of those reasons. The first is all of those 0.5s, all of those extra points for AP classes, A's, grades, GPA, those all still carry the exact same weight. They will still get those awards. That is what goes on a college application. All of those accolades will continue with the student. It's just simply changing the title and opening it up. So instead of honoring one student, we're honoring as many students who fit the criteria of a high-level student in our organization. But I'm happy to continue the conversation and answer any questions.
I would like to hear more, not tonight. I thank you but I mean, there are families who think you either win or you lose. You're the quarterback or you're not, or your team won or your team lost. And their model of the world they live in is you either got the promotion or you didn't, and somebody else. It's a binary win-lose, zero-sum game model, and that they see it in that way. And that I don't or you don't may not be enough of a conversation. We may need to go beyond that.
Perfect. Trustee Nell?
Just a procedural question. This is stated as a first reading, so in fact, this is a discussion only item for tonight, or are we expected to take action?
I think it's whatever the board would like to do.
So I am, in a lot of ways, I've supported the ship sailing. I think that we are headed in the right direction on this particular issue, and I want to move ahead, but I want to be cautious about it. And I think that Trustee Millerick mentioned some of the things about tradition or whatever, the values in place around the old system. So as a first reading, I'm a little hesitant to proceed without any public comment at all, or first getting the word out that, hey, guess what, we're actually serious about this and we're going to do it. So if there's anyone out there who doesn't think in academia or who centers their lives around these types of things, wants something to say, I think we need to be a little more overt in trying to get some comment out of the public as to whether or not they feel this is the right thing to do or not. So I wouldn't support, unless someone could make a case for some sort of timing issue that if we don't support it tonight, that it's going to fall apart. I think we ought to give it some more time for the public to comment. And if they don't, then great, we'll just keep moving ahead. But that's kind of what I would like to do tonight. As for the policy itself, I have a question. Will we still be ranking? Will the site still have a system in place that does rank student academic performance?
The ranking has already ended. So that one had already ended, and the schools are already identified as non-ranked schools. And that was, remember, the idea is when we have multiple students who have GPAs over a 4.0, all of those students get lumped together and end up further down on that ranking. And so that was a hindrance we were trying to remove, or a barrier we removed. So the ranking has gone. This was the next step.
Okay, so any ranking that might be brought up now is private sector or done independently, or someone calculating on their own in some way or fashion.
It could be.
So we are not ranking anymore. That's good. That's clear. We should get that out there.
Do you mind if I tag along on that, Trustee Nell? Just to, is a college application, does it require a class ranking anymore?
No.
Okay.
The high schools determine whether or not you're a ranked school or a non-ranked school. For example, Marin Catholic has not been a ranked school for decades. So you let them know if you are ranked or not ranked, and that way you are competitive for a more holistic way. They have to look at all of your attributes, and so it's in our students' best interest. And so we are no longer a ranked school district.
Okay, so that's good. I mean,
thank you for that.
And I think we should reiterate that on occasion.
Yeah.
So there's some definite positives here. I mean, I really support the biliteracy. I think that this country is could definitely use some multilingual capabilities. And it's an entire world out there that we're dealing with. So I think that's a positive place to put emphasis. And I wonder, though, I don't have any actual proof, but I'm thinking that the old system is really one of those systemic systems that created inequities amongst students who may not necessarily have been brought up in a culture of day one, you're going to be a salutatorian or valedictorian, or you're going to graduate magna cum laude, whatever Latin title you want to associate it with. So I think we'll have a little bit more equitable system as well. So it's up to the board, of course, but I think that we're talking about it now. We published it on agenda. I would just feel better giving the public a little more time to respond to a decision like this before actually taking action, and that's my position tonight.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Nell. Trustee Gasson, and then Jen, did you want to say something?
Just to add to that, you mentioned the timeliness of it. One of the things that I've heard most from the community of parents is less about the title, which is what's in the board policy, more about the formula. And their concern is their students are preparing to graduate. And if we don't know what the formula is, their student no longer is competitive, because they're trying to do something without knowing what that thing is. So I do know that there's some urgency. And so in that vein, I would love to have, like you said, the community give some input into that formula. But if we could propose a date to come back that is in the near future, to have that conversation, so that those parents who do really feel strongly about their student being able to be named as distinguished scholar or valedictorian salutatorian know what their student needs to do in order to be able to make that mark. The more time goes by, the harder it is for that student, especially with second semester coming up. They need to make sure that they have the courses they need to be eligible. The second is that although I do think that it hasn't necessarily been in a board meeting or a formal public, the counselors have been living this and speaking this with their students since their freshman year. So it is something that they've been working on with families and advising students on since the beginning of this discussion. And so I do believe that the students and the parents have an acknowledgement that we're moving towards the Distinguished Scholar as a title. And now they're just waiting and very impatient to have a formula to go with it.
Okay. Trustee Gasson, and then I'll go back to Trustee Nell.
I was going to say I concurred with Trustee Nell's thoughts, and I appreciate the explanation and clarification from you, Jen. The one thing not having high school kids yet, I'm a little unclear on, and I've read it several times, is there's two distinct designate or awards. There's the Golden State and the Seal of Literacy. They're not needing to accomplish both. It's one or the other for a distinguished scholar, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And then also, what you said makes me feel a little bit better. I just feel like sometimes we do things and then there's the ripple effect that people weren't exactly aware of exactly what was happening. So as much as we can, I understand counselors are explaining that and other things, but I think in this time particularly, there's so much information as a parent and with this remote component that it just feels like I'm usually on top of everything and I'm missing a lot of things myself. So just that awareness that we're in a little bit of a unique time with information overload and just focusing on so many things too.
I couldn't agree more. I think the more community input we have, the better.
I'll go back to Trustee Nell and then Trustee Miller.
So I'm glad that you brought up the timing element. I think it's important. I asked for that, and as I understand it, it makes sense. But the question I have is, why couldn't you continue to gather input on the formula and to develop that? It sounded to me like you had a process in mind to get there, so that your timeline for it is still ongoing. Does the adoption of this policy prevent you from proceeding in that way? Because essentially, my goal and my perspective on this is less down in what it is we're trying to accomplish and the work that you're doing on a daily basis to get there, but more so as what Trustee Gasson mentioned, that this is a information overload era, and I think it's important, transparency, public process, that we give the community an opportunity to find out about it and come to some kind of understanding and make their comments known, and possibly some evidence or some cause that may force us to change our mind or go in another direction. So I guess my question is, can we do both? Can we give the public some time to think about this while at the same time you're developing what you call the formula or the process that'll be involved?
So we have absolutely been going through that process for about a year and a half now, and the formula that has been recommended is here. But you're absolutely right; those are two separate things. And yes, we can continue to work on the formula, although I do want to get that to parents sooner rather than later. The only language, the formula will never be a part of board policy. That's going to be practice. The part of the board policy is the decision to move from the title of valedictorian to distinguished scholar. So that's the question in the board policy, is making a decision to formally move from having a valedictorian or 10, but the language of valedictorian and salutatorian, and shifting to the language of distinguished scholar.
So I would just make a recommendation that we bring this back on October 6th, and that gives the community an opportunity to take a look at it, and we can address some of the questions or concerns that have been raised, and then we see where it goes on October 6th. I think that that achieves the goals that the board's looking for, and I think it achieves the goals that Jen's looking for.
Yep, you're good with that, Jen? Waiting till October 6th?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I would ask if you would like me to bring this back as another first read, or are there changes you'd like me to make to it right now and come back as a second read?
Actually, no, that's not my recommendation. Is just to this is an official first reading of this policy from a public perspective.
Yeah.
For those members of the community who don't necessarily have kids in high school right now, or have had since freshmen, may or may not know anything about this. So all I'm saying is, from my perspective, it's appropriate to put out a first reading and then adopt it at some later date. Director Larson should know that that this particular trustee intends to support the policy, and I have very little input at all as to what to change it. I'm simply asking that we consider the public its entirety and give them a chance to comment and have us adopt a second reading, for example.
It would come back as a second reading for October 6th.
And I'd be happy to
Even if there's no changes, we would label
no
that.
change. I'd be happy to adopt it at that point. If anyone else has any recommendation, it may be possible that something come up between now and October 6th. But if that were the case, I would send an email to Director Larson.
Yeah. Thank you, Trustee Now.
All right.
Trustee Miller.
So there's 2 points. There's 2 points. One is to me the changing this not just from salutatory into valedictorian, which apparently is the very narrow issue in front of us, is just a renaming. But to me, the bigger academic goal that I think Jen's been working on for years is to create goals for our academic program that demands more of our students and a deeper level of understanding and education. And that means I'm bilingual, or at least I value bilingual. It means I have a broader academic understanding. And I take that what we're talking about is that academic strategy, and I support that strategy. I got the most A's of anybody in school isn't necessarily an indication that I'm the best student or scholar in the school, and so I like that. So that's I'm in a similar position to Trustee Nell. The other point I would like to remind us all is March 15th, when we decided to go close schools online, and we tried to finish that term, there was a long list of parents who came to speak to this board about the need for teachers to go back and make sure their kids got into the 5-point AP class and their kids got that grade, and the teachers needed to go back, and kids who had gotten B's in those classes, their parents knew they were going to get A's in the second half of the class, and wanted our teachers who were already dealing with the COVID crisis and their own family issue, and families who were losing their homes and incomes, to go back and make sure that their kids, those teachers gave their kids the extra tests so those kids could get an A, so they could move forward on this on a academic scale. And those were very heartfelt, strong comments that were brought to this board in this district. So I don't want to forget that community is still there. They're still part of Novato. And if we set this up and basically say, well, we're going to take all those measures that you've been so focused on and remove them, just like we did in March, we are going to have a firestorm. We need to have a plan for how we're going to make the case that this is better, because those same parents are going to come forward and say, but my kid needs to take one more 5-unit course or a 5-unit A course. We're going to hear that same group, and that was week after week that we heard those comments. So I think we got some work to do in the community to make sure this is successful. I don't think it doesn't sound to me like we've done the community work yet. It sounds like we're setting ourselves up to be just the school district who needs to do more.
Superintendent Casca?
And Ross, I would respectfully disagree. I mean, we made a decision about this 3 years ago, and we've talked about it consistently in our high school communities for 3 years. And you haven't heard it every day or every week or every semester for 3 years, but our high school kids have. This is not a surprise to them. This is not a surprise to their communities, I don't believe. The final criteria that we're selecting is new. But this idea of moving away from valedictorian and salutatorian, this is not a new thing in our community. This is well-trodden territory. There might be some people that don't like it, but you all, or the trustees that were on the board at the time, made this decision 3 years ago bravely, because it was the right thing to do for our kids for many of the reasons that you just shared. So we haven't talked about it at the table frequently over the last 3 years, but one of the reasons we're talking about it tonight is because parents are reaching out to us and saying, hey, we need to know what this criteria is for our child to be a distinguished scholar. They're not reaching out saying, hey, I need my kid to be a valedictorian. They're saying, I want to make sure my kid jumps through all the right hoops this final senior year so that they get that embossed on their diploma. So the community knows about this, and there might be I'm sure there are some that don't love it, but this is not a news flash to our high school seniors and juniors. So, you know.
Okay.
Thank you for.
Yeah. No, my
Trustee
pleasure.
Thanks. So I think we're going in the right direction with this. I want to make sure, and Superintendent Koska just kind of answered my concerns, that we make sure that everyone at the high school is advised of this. And I think it's smart to wait until October 6th at our next board meeting. But I just want to make sure that the folks at the high school, the parents, students know about this. But Superintendent Koska, you just addressed that for me.
Okay, I will put closure to this topic, and it looks like we're going to move this to a second reading October 6th, so we won't take, we can take action on that part. Just a quick question, Jen.
You want a motion to move it to a second reading?
Yeah, just give me 1 second, Trustee Miller. Is this a common change across high school and unified districts where we're seeing this board policy being changed in this way?
Distinguished scholar?
Yes, yeah. Moving away from valedictorian and salutatorian.
I would say it's common. It certainly is not an overwhelming shift like we would see in many other things, but it is common and falls often in line with the ranking and you know, some of the districts who are moving forward on wellness and equity as
right.
significant goals for their community.
Okay. All right, sorry, Trustee Miller, you want to make the motion?
Move it to a second reading.
Okay.
I so move.
Thank you. Trustee Nell, are you the second?
Yeah, I am the second, and appreciate everyone's comments. I think we'll get there.
Okay. All right, so we have a first by Trustee Miller, a second by Trustee Nell to move Board Policy 5127 to a second reading October 2nd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so 7-0. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Jen.
Moving on to item 16D, this is approval of the 2020-21 school calendar. It's an update to the calendar. Jonathan Ferrer, there he is. Jonathan, hi.
Thank you, President Butler. Good evening, trustees. Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. In collaboration with Educational Services, the district proposes a change to this year's school calendar to address secondary grading dates that are needed to adjust to the secondary bell schedules implemented due to remote learning, specifically how we are addressing semester-long courses. The school calendar committee was convened to discuss this need. The committee also met to discuss another proposal to extend the first semester end date for this year. However, that proposal ultimately did not pass a committee vote. Therefore, the only change to this year's school calendar is what is before you. Again, to identify secondary grading dates for semester-long courses. The district recommends approval of this discussion action item. As she worked on identifying these dates, I'd like to welcome Director Larson to answer any specific questions you may have about the dates, and I can answer any questions you may have about the school calendar committee process. Thank you.
Okay, board members, Trustee Gasson.
I just had a quick question as it pertains to a date that's coming up. So what are the minimum days then with the already reduced days? I saw some reference that it was up to the school site, but is it just for parents? Is that going to be like, well, we get out at 12:30 in elementary or middle school. So just curious about that.
If you're so specific to minimum days, they will stay as they're listed on the calendar. Those aren't being changed. And all minimum days will be going from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. So if the students are done with live teaching, I believe at 12:30, they'll have probably a half an hour to 45 minutes, depending on the school that they're at, of asynchronous, and the teachers will be in professional development in the end of the day. The students will be done at 12:30 on those days.
So that's what I'm saying though. So for the purposes of remote, because that one day in October, I mean, I know that we're targeted, but there was an October one, wasn't there? Yes,
Yeah.
so October 26th. It caught me off guard, and I saw that and I'm like, oh, I know we'll get notice about it, but what does that mean? Because we're already ending at 12:30 anyway. So it's not going to be really significantly a change for families that for planning purposes or anything. Okay, thank you.
Any other board members? Nope. All right. So this is looking for an approval of the revision of the 2020-2021 school calendar.
I will move the superintendent and staff's recommendation that we approve the school calendar update.
Okay.
I second.
And a second by trustee Aguila. All those in favor? 7-0. All right. Thanks, Jonathan. Moving on to item 16E. The next two items are two resolutions. The first one, this is item 16, is a resolution for Latino Hispanic Heritage Month. And hi, Rhonda. Rhonda
Hi.
Fleming is joining us.
Hello. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Casca. It is with a tremendous sense of honor to have the privilege tonight to acknowledge National Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month on behalf of Novato Unified. National Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month has been observed from September 15th to October 15th in the United States since 1988. The day of September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for many Latin American countries. Americans celebrate the culture, contributions of American citizens whose families and ancestors come from parts of the United States, Mexico, Central, and South America. The Latino and Hispanic diaspora includes a broad array of religions, cultures, nationalities, and languages. They have had a profound and positive impact and contributed so much to our world through science, politics, law, history, art, technology, entertainment, and so much more. And as a result, continue to play a vital role in shaping this nation as a whole. National Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month provides us with an opportunity to uplift the community, celebrate their stories, their resilience, their culture and contributions today, during this time period, and hopefully beyond. I would like to share a short video with members here in our Novato community that captures the diversity, the language, their stories, and contributions.
My name is Cynthia Angelicola. I'm the community liaison at Novato High School. I'm originally from Mexico City. I consider myself a Latina, but also a little bit Chicana because my parents brought me to this country when I was 11 years old. And so I've been here more than half my life. I consider myself bicultural as well because I've had the experience of living in both countries, back in Mexico and here. What I'm most proud of about my heritage is our language. So I know that knowing how to speak, how to read, and how to write Spanish is something that's always opened doors for me. And it's allowed me to have more opportunities in life. Yo soy el Distrito de Novato. I am NUSD.
Hi, my name is Julio Valenzuela. I was born in Santa Barbara, California. I identify myself as Latino. What I'm most proud of about my heritage is that we all care for each other as a unity. I am a son, I am a student, I am a friend, I am a Latino, and I am Novato Unified.
I am from Mexico and I came here to the US at a young age. And I am a former Loma Verde, San Jose, and Novato High student in the Novato Unified District. I am currently a Dominican student majoring in biology. I have 2 minors, chemistry and community action social change, also known as CASC. And I am pursuing to be a surgeon or a physical therapist. I identify myself as a young Latino male trying to inspire other people in the community and in this country. The thing I am most proud about my heritage is the work ethic of my family, but also the work ethic of my mother and the sacrifices she had to make in order for my sister and I to have a better life here.
My family is from Moroleón, Guanajuato, Mexico. I am currently attending UC Merced virtually with a Spanish major, but plan to switch to a psychology major. I hope to help my community by doing my job researching the brain to understand our behavior and discover treatments for brain injuries. But beyond that, I speak Spanish, which is important because I hope to be a bridge between my community and my career. I prefer to be identified as Chicana because I feel I am not from here nor from there, not Mexican nor American, even though this is where my family is from and where I was born. Juan Bruce Novoa, a professor from UC Irvine, said, "A Chicano lives in the space between the hyphen and Mexican American." I think this quote is helpful to understand how I identify. I am proud of many aspects of my heritage, but mostly our traits. We have the desire to thrive, and to do so, we work hard, we are determined, and break through the limitations put in our way.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Babinder, and I am from El Salvador. I currently work at Linwood Elementary School as the community liaison for Novato Unified School District. I prefer to identify as Latina. I am from the smallest country in Central America, El Salvador. Calling me Latina emphasizes the proud woman that I am. I'm proud to be bilingual. I am both fluent in Spanish and English, but what makes me the proudest is being able to pass down and teach my children about our culture and traditions. It makes me proud, all of what my heritage has to offer. Our language, our history, our delicious food, our music, what makes our culture and heritage who we are as Latinos. I am proud to be a Latina.
I now wish to present the following resolution, number 4-2020/2021, proclaiming September 15th to October 15th, 2020 as Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month, and ask for the Board of Trustees to approve and adopt this resolution upon my completion of the reading. Whereas Novato Unified School District supports and values diversity and inclusion in education for pre-K through 12 public schools. And whereas during National Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th to October 15th, 2020, Novato Unified School District recognizes the contributions made and the important presence of Latino and Hispanic Americans to the United States and celebrate their heritage and culture. And whereas Latino and Hispanics have had a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service, they have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. And whereas Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month begins each year on September 15th, the anniversary of independence of 8 Latin American countries, Mexico, Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua and Belize all celebrate their independence days during this period. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Novato Unified School District Board of Trustees does hereby fully support September 15th to October 15th, 2020, Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourages the participation of this special annual tribute by learning and celebrating the generations of Latino and Hispanic Americans who have positively influenced and enriched our nation and society. Just want to thank everyone that contributed to the video. We had many that we could not include, but we are going to keep it going because we don't have to be confined to 1 month. So just wanted to thank the community that played a role.
Thank you, Rhonda, for presenting that. Trustee Gasson, and then Trustee Aguila.
I love the video, and I was just thinking as you were speaking to it that I would hope that we're able to push that out on social media and maybe have someplace on our website to showcase it. And if there's additional ones too, that would be even better. But thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Trustee Aguila?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rhonda. That was wonderful. And you had a great introduction. I really, really enjoyed it. And happy Independence Day to Mexico. So lots of people are partying right now in San Francisco. I have a couple of suggestions. If the board can, I know it's getting late, but I think this is important. Can we call it National Latino Hispanic Heritage Month in the title? So add the word national. And that would be a question to Superintendent or to Rhonda.
I support that. I would
Okay,
like to see that
so
forward.
if that's the case, can NUSD proclaim something that is national? Or is it, do we want to acknowledge?
I
Is
I
the
don't
word huh?
I believe we can. This is
Okay.
our own proclamation. So
Okay, so in our title, I would just add national, and then I would close it with a quote after month.
Absolutely, we can add that.
And then first paragraph looks great. Second paragraph, yeah, we want to add 2020, which you said. So we just want to add that. And then I would add on the last sentence, presence of Latino and Hispanic Americans to the United States of America and celebrate their heritage and culture. The next paragraph is great. Okay, and then paragraph 4, whereas Latino Hispanic Heritage Month begins each year on September 15th, the anniversary of independence of 8 Latino American countries. I know I keep talking about this every year, and we've alphabetized it. We put it in in order, in all sorts of orders, and it's great. However, since we're in the times of inclusion and we want to include everybody, it's not only 8 countries. There's also like Bolivia and Peru and Argentina. So can we just say instead of 8, can we just change it to most of the? So the anniversary of independence of most of the Latin American countries. Would that be okay?
I'm not sure that it's accurate to say most. I don't know how many Latin American countries there are, and I don't know if 8 is most of them.
I would say maybe can we just say including, because I don't like most sounds awkward.
The thing is, I would agree, but the thing is that since everybody wants to be included, or they get offended if we don't include them.
So then you could do included. So I mean, I don't know. I'm just suggesting. This is out of my realm, but the anniversary of independence, including the following Latin American countries.
Including and not okay, yeah, I like that. Great. And then the next paragraph is perfect, and that's it. That's it on this one. So great job. It was wonderful. It's better and better every year. Rhonda.
Thank you.
Okay, so Trustee Aguila has proposed some amendments to this resolution. Trustee Mack, did you have something?
Yeah, one, I'd like to just move to approve it right out of the gate. But Rhonda, I just want to say thank you for that preamble. You didn't phone it in. That was well done. I really appreciate it. I know some of these kind of formality type of things can be phoned in. You put a lot of time into it, so I really appreciate that. Being married into a Mexican American family, I really appreciate this, the cultural comments you made, because it's so true. So, and yeah, it's a very important part of not only our culture, our community, but our economy. So anyway, it's important to me. Thank you. But I move to approve it with trustee with Maria's changes.
Okay.
And
I second.
Well, hold on, Trustee Mack is finishing his
sorry.
comment.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to cut you off. Okay, so we have a first by Trustee Mack, second by Trustee Aguila. This is to approve the resolution with Trustee Aguila's revisions. Is there any further discussion from the board? Okay, all those in favor? 7-0. Rhonda, thank you very much. As Trustee Mack said, we appreciate the work you put into the video, and I hope we can push that out as Trustee Gaston suggested. Let's push that out. That is a great video highlighting who we are, the NUSD family, and so it's just great work. And we're not just checking the box here. This means a lot to this board and to this district. So thank you.
Absolutely does. Thank you all.
There's a great deal of Latino pride in this district.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Definitely. All right, we'll move on to 16F. This is another resolution. This is proclaim October as Bully Prevention Month, and Katie's popping back up on the screen. There she is.
Ms. Butler, I wanted to defer to you about the conversation regarding the which version of the proclamation got posted versus which
Oh, okay.
got. So
So,
I'll let you speak. Sorry.
oh no, I just, I felt like we had a couple of revisions that need to be done. We've done this resolution for several years, and there's some updating that needs to happen periodically, and so that was addressed, and I believe it got posted. The proper resolution was posted, and it
Excellent.
was
Thank you.
sent to each trustee, got a copy of that new resolution. So we should be good to go.
I appreciate your efforts, and I'm sorry that that had happened. Thank you.
That's all right.
So starting again, good evening, board chair, member, Superintendent Koska. I speak tonight to you in anticipation of the National Bullying Prevention Month, which begins on October 1st. To quote the National Bullying Prevention Center's webpage, every October, individuals from across the nation and around the world unite with the powerful message that bullying should never be a part of childhood. The crux of any bullying prevention begins with education, and Novato Unified amplifies this work by our commitment to the culture of caring. Social emotional learning is founded on 5 competencies: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and decision making. We are making strides to systematize instruction in those 5 competencies district-wide from kindergarten through 12th grade. By teaching things like empathy, appreciating diversity, and respect for others, we create a district culture where bullying can find no oxygen. NUSD's policy on bullying is available on the district website, as is a form for anyone to report bullying in order that school personnel may take immediate action. Likewise, our Stop It app allows for anyone to anonymously report issues before they escalate. I wish to present the following resolution and ask for the board to approve and adopt this resolution upon completion of my reading. Whereas October is National Bullying Prevention Month, the goal of which is to encourage communities to work together to stop bullying and cyberbullying by increasing awareness of the prevalence and impact of bullying on children of all ages. And whereas bullying can take many forms, including physical, verbal, nonverbal, and electronically, known as cyberbullying, and bullying has devastating effects, including an immediate and lifelong impact on resiliency, mental and physical health. And whereas approximately 20.2% of students, or 1 in 5 students in the US, report being bullied, according to the National Bullying Prevention Center. And whereas bullying directly affects a student's ability to learn, students who are bullied find it difficult to concentrate, show a decline in grades, and lose self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-worth. And whereas the 2017-2018 California Healthy Kids Survey of Novato Unified students found 39% of 7th, 35% of all 9th graders, and 27% of 11th graders reported having bullied or harassed in the past year. And whereas students can be especially effective in bullying intervention, more than 50% of bullying situations will stop when a peer intervenes. Student education of how to address bullying for peers is critical, as is the support of adults. And whereas silence is no longer an acceptable response to bullying, adults, students, and educators can no longer look away when they see bullying. Ignoring it won't work. Everyone needs to be empowered with options to respond. And whereas the Healthy Novato Initiative is working to educate the community about bullying through outreach activities, including providing training on cyberbullying and internet safety to parents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Novato Unified School District supports efforts to call attention to the issue of bullying and cyberbullying and encourages schools, parents, youth, governmental agencies, and the private sector to support efforts to reduce and prevent bullying in our communities so that every child feels valued, safe, and supported.
Okay, board members, thank you for reading that resolution. Trustee Gila.
Okay, thank you so much, Katie. And Thank you for all your hard work, especially now that you're having taking care of your mom. So I know this is tough time. So thank you for all your time. I have some suggestions as well. And in the title, again, I would add National Bullying Prevention Month. If that's okay. And then on the first paragraph, last sentence, where it would say, October is National Bullying Prevention Month, the goal of which is to encourage communities to work together to stop bullying and cyberbullying by increasing awareness of the prevalence and impact of bullying on. So instead of children of all ages, we're talking about elementary school and high school. So I would just take children of all ages and add youth. So that's one suggestion. So the last word is add youth. And then whereas bullying can take many forms, including physical, verbal, and nonverbal, and electronically, I would just say electronic or electronic, cross out LY. Third paragraph, I would say being bullied, so not bullying, but bullied. Fourth paragraph, and this is just, this really would all depend on how we read it. But it could say, whereas bullying directly affects a student's ability to learn, comma, small s, students who are bullied find it difficult to concentrate. Or we could leave it at that and it just reads differently. So either way it's okay, but I just wanted to bring that up. And the fifth one would be, whereas 2017-2018 California Healthy Kids Survey of Novato Unified, I would add school district students. And so that would be that. And then on the sixth paragraph, the sixth one, it says, whereas students can be specifically effective in bullying. I would say that the students are, I would say, bullying prevention. And so I would say whereas, and that if we can add bully prevention education is critical for both students and adults. So whereas bully prevention education is critical for both students and adults, students can be especially effective in bullying prevention and intervention. And then I would also add by being taught to be an upstander. Then
which one are you on, Trustee Gila? I'm sorry.
So okay, so number 6, paragraph 6, which is the last one on the last one on the first page. Whereas students can be especially, yeah, that one.
Okay.
So it is true that students can be especially effective in bullying. I would just think that if those sentences that would be a little bit better. So that's an option. And then it says, so more than 50% of bullying situations, instead of will stop, just take out will and then stop. So of bullying situations stop when students intervenes. And if we want to be more clear, I would add between bullies and their victims due to peer pressure. So those are just that suggestion. And then on the next paragraph 7, where it says, whereas silence, and then I would add as a bystander, is not, instead of no longer, I would just say not an acceptable response. So it's not like it's not longer, but it's just, it's not, period. It's just, we're not putting up with it anymore. We've had enough. So I would take out longer and put no longer. I mean, take out longer and put not an acceptable response to bullying. We can take out to bullying too, because we already know. But adults, students, that's plural, and educators can no longer look away. And then to make it stronger, I would add and ignore when they see bullying. And then ignoring, and I mean, to add also acknowledging and addressing bullying works towards resolution. So just to add that sentence, and just, it won't work, bullying will not work. So everyone needs to be empowered with options to respond. So that's great. So next paragraph where it says, whereas the healthy, I would add in why healthy Novato. And then the next paragraph, efforts to call attention to, and we don't just want to call attention to, right? We also want to act on it and do something about it. So efforts to call attention to and act on the issues, and add an S on issues. And so that every child feels valued. So I would say safe is number one, so that every child feels safe, and then supported, valued. And then we could add one of our words for our vision, which is empowered. So empowered to be the best they can be. And those are just my suggestions to make things a little bit stronger, but it's up to you.
Trustee Aguila, thank you for those suggestions.
Yeah.
This is we've been using this resolution from the very beginning. Nothing has changed going back to 2016, maybe was the earliest copy that I have from 2016. So this has been the same resolution since then. So what we can suggest, if the board is in agreement with these changes, I would suggest that maybe we take some time to meet with staff and bring this back October 6th.
Great.
Because right now I'm a little confused on I wrote some of them down.
Yeah.
I think I would like staff's input, and I think they're need to think about this a little bit. We just don't want to just take this and run with it. So
right.
This is a time critical event, right?
Well, the month of October is Bullying Prevention Month.
That's October. It's not.
I think if we bring it back October 6th, we'll be fine.
That's great.
I can meet with Katie, Maria and I can meet with Katie, however we want to move forward with it. We'll figure it out. So
sure.
You want to add it since we're meeting next week? Is that enough time?
We could add it to the 22nd as well. We kind of just wanted to just keep that for the accountability plan, attendance and
we got to look. Yeah, we got till October too, like you said. So it's no rush, but I just wanted to throw that out there. And thank you, Katie, for all your hard work.
No, I expressed to Ms. Aguila earlier that I always appreciate tightening of language, and want to make sure that the resolution that does get approved serves the needs of our students as they are now, not as they were in 2016.
Yeah.
So absolutely not a problem.
And the data is new too. So the data is wonderful because it's not old data so this is new data. So
yes, it is.
The numbers. So that's wonderful. And I'm keeping in mind what Trustee Gasson said last time, that she took a class on law school, and that we want to keep it short and sweet and to the point. So I kept that in mind.
Okay, thank you. So if the board concurs that we just move this to the October 6th, the meeting is what I'm going to suggest.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
I look forward to reading the revised version before then.
So we won't take action on this. We'll just move it till then and bring
Perfect.
it back. Thanks, Katie.
Thank you, board members.
All right.
Thank you all.
Katie, thanks for all the hard work.
Thank you, Katie.
All right, moving on to our final discussion action item, but then we have two staff reports following that. This is approval of the 2019-2020 unaudited actual financial report. We do this every year at this meeting. Yancy has fallen asleep. There he is.
That sounds pretty wonderful, but no way. This is the big time.
Yeah.
This is unaudited actuals. We're going to fight for unaudited actuals. So, all righty. Thank you. All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
All righty. All right, well, so the first thing that I really need to do, and especially on this, is to thank Nancy Walker and her amazing team. This year has been obviously one of the craziest ever. And that is not limited to just the amazing work our teachers are doing or all of our staff is doing. This fits into the amazing amount of work that the business department has been doing. And so Nancy Walker and her team have done a great job. So I just want to say thank you to them as we move forward. The second thing I want to say is this isn't a picture, this is just a mock-up, but check out how exciting the new STEM center is over at San Marin. I've been over there a lot lately. It's just looking amazing. It's just going to be wonderful. So I thought I'd put something positive there to start on audited actuals. But by September 15th of each year, the district is required to finalize and close its books from the previous year. So these results are the year ended June 30th, 2020. The next steps are for this to be approved by the board, and the unaudited actuals would then be sent to our auditors, and they will complete that audit by December 15th in order to meet the state requirement. And then those audit results will be presented to this board prior to January 31st of 2021. Just a couple of things that we always note at the beginning, just some high level from criteria and standards. The first is what percentage of costs are being spent based to classroom compensation. It has to be at least 55% for unified districts. We continue to be over 60% in this, about 61%. In terms of Every Student Succeeds Act, we continue to meet our maintenance of effort. There's no adjustments needed to the GAN. The board already approved the GAN resolution, but there were no adjustments to that. And our indirect cost rate. Is it not moving? No. Can you see the Form CA on there right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yancey, you just haven't started your presentation. You're still in, just click, yeah, there you go.
Page 2.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. David helped me out there as well. So I appreciate that, Chris. And then the last is our indirect cost rate. And so this is a rate in terms of our administrative percentage that we can charge restricted programs. And it remains what I believe is the lowest in Marin County at 5.46%. In terms of unrestricted and restricted budget, the total budget was about $94 million on the revenues and expenditures. Overall, we had a excess of expenditures over revenues of about 481,000. But as I kind of note, due to the timing of restricted expenditures, I like to focus on the unrestricted side of the budget. And in that case, we had an excess of revenues over expenditures in the unrestricted side of about 900,000. Leaving our fund balance at the end of June 30th, 2020 in Fund 1 on the unrestricted side to be about 8.7 million. And overall at about, from a cash flow purpose, about $11.7 million. I noted that, we like to focus on the unrestricted side, but we always do need to look at our contributions to the restricted programs. These are the restricted programs that impact our unrestricted general fund. The first, due to the continuing unfunded mandates at the state level and the state and federal level not contributing the funds needed to provide those services. Special education requires about a $9.7 million contribution. To kind of put that into perspective, the state and the federal government fund us at a level of about 40% of the total cost of special education. Routine restricted maintenance is a little under 3 million, or about 3% of the budget, and then got a little other, about 374,000. In our other funds, I just want to bring out a couple highlights here. In our cafeteria fund, you may have remembered from our budget and our estimated actuals that we were projecting a pretty significant deficit, about $300,000. And in this case, they've actually run in the black, which I've gone back 10 years on our financials, and I have not seen that cafeteria program running in the black in 10 years. So I just wanted to give kudos to Cody Williams and the entire fans team for doing just such a great job last year. And as Trustee Millerick was asking earlier, really just providing such a wonderful service to our community. Another thing to highlight is in Fund 21, in Fund 22, which rolls up into Fund 21 or into SACS. We're really going in the bond. We're in full full bond implementation mode. We had $53 million of expenditures, primarily on those large projects going on at the 2 high schools. So really going strong in the bond program. And then in Fund 67, that's our self-insurance fund. And I just wanted to highlight that there was a larger contribution than expected at the beginning of the year. And that is due to recent legislation and around SAM lawsuits statewide, and likely contributions that we're going to need to be making to our excess layers of insurance for previous years. So I did want to highlight that as well. As we look forward, I think it's important to kind of note, and I stole this from School Services of California, but we noted, at the June 30th meeting and again at the 45-day revise in August, that the governor has really, and the legislature has really done everything they can to minimize the impacts of the COVID emergency on our budget for 2020, 2021. That involves significant use of reserves at the state level. It involves taking money from loans from other funds and having significant apportionment deferrals as we move forward. So, we were able to not see the 10% reduction that was proposed in the May revise, although we didn't receive any cost of living adjustment that was proposed prior. But, we are in a tough space given that the COVID emergency continues and, the economy, and especially in terms of, state and local revenues, has not really turned around. We're basically just meeting the significantly reduced revenue targets at the state level that were approved in the state budget. So we're going to need to see significant turnaround at the state level, which I'm not seeing really any predictions for, we're likely looking at some pretty significant state reductions in 21, 22. So I just wanted to kind of make sure we were noting that to say, the state has helped us this year. The board took action in June 30th to put us in the best position possible, but we will be doing work over the next couple of months into first interim about the things that we're going to need to do to balance our budget going into 21, 22 and beyond. With that, I will open it up to questions.
Okay, board members, Trustee Cooper and Trustee Miller.
Yancy, first of all, I just thank you, of course, to you, Nancy, and your staff for bringing this together. A lot of hard work goes into this, just to acknowledge that. I'm very happy with what we as a board have been doing or have done. We've got a deficit of approximately $480,000. That's a big number, but it's a huge improvement as well. We've got a lot of work to do, and I think, as you just noted, next year is going to be probably very challenging in terms of the budget. So thank you for everything. Have we seen, because all of our sites are essentially, for all intents and purposes, shut down, have you seen any numbers on savings from PG&E? Curious.
No, absolutely. So I do want to say, and thank you for bringing up that real quick before I answer the question on the PG&E savings. The deficit of 481,000, is primarily related to that restricted side of the budget, and so some of that is just related to timing. And so I think this board's actions in May, taking on that immediate action after COVID, and then the board's actions in June, on June 30th, have really put the district in a much better position than we were looking before that, coming into COVID. So yes, thank you, Trustee Cooper. In terms of savings, yeah, we saw some pretty significant savings. In the spring, we saw significant savings. We immediately went to turn off all of our equipment that wasn't needed. We haven't seen quite as much in the fall, although we're still waiting on some of that, because we have really kind of opened up our campuses more, and really encouraged our teachers, if they want to, they can be in their classrooms, and it's been warm, as we know, so we've been running the air conditioning. But yeah, we did see significant savings in the spring. And I think Tony Albini and his teams, they came to me immediately and said, hey, we gotta, if we're not using this, we gotta shut a lot of this stuff down, and really changed some of the way we were looking at running our facilities during COVID.
Great, thank you once again.
Trustee Miller?
So I continue to see the results of improved operations. Tony Albini is a perfect example of somebody who's come in and looked around and said things like, there's no point in running an air conditioner when nobody in the room. Let's save power. So we were in a position, we were going the wrong direction. We were overspending $1 million to $2 million bucks a year, and we've stopped doing that. And I am, on everybody's good efforts that we're in that position. But in the last half of this year, we're going to have additional costs as we bring students back on campus. And we're also going to, and in your diagram where I liked it where you watch your little diagram where the CBO watches the superintendent and gets to stop before it gets too bad as the superintendent disappears over the edge. I think it's nice. I like it. It's good. But that's going to be tough. I mean, the state used up all their reserves to protect the schools to start with. And the state right now is facing a demand on its reserves to fight fires that it's going to go on for another 8 weeks. We're at the beginning of fire season. We're in an unprecedented expense role for the state. So I don't think we're going to be able to find a lot of help anyplace else. I think we're going to have to find a way to weather this on our own. And so I'm wondering if, what kind of actions do we begin to take in our community to lay the framework for what's going to be probably the toughest year this district has ever seen, as we move into it. And it's going to need community support. It's going to need a lot of things. So I commend you for the presentation tonight. I think it reflects a lot of hard work over years, but it also says we need to buckle down and do some really, really difficult work a year from now. So Thank you very much. It was very informative. And,
Trustee Mack.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I was muted. Sorry. I had to go look. I'm just going to make the usual pitch that folks who are listening, if you're still awake, Prop 15 is important. It's going to help. And I'm looking forward to finding out the potential impact of that and how it will help us, hopefully significantly. So anybody who's on the fence, this is one reason to vote yes on Prop 15, along with millions of others.
Any further comments? Does the first interim include a multi-year, right? Includes a multi-year projection.
It does. The first interim will include a 3-year, multi-year projection, and it'll be updated, obviously, significantly as a lot of the assumptions from the adopted budget have been changed in the 45-day and will continue to be changed as we get closer to December. And then, the board has directed staff to be working on a plan for the 2021 and the 21-22, sorry, the 21-22 and 22-23 year. So you'll be seeing some of those coming in the next month or so.
Yeah. Okay. That's a little bit why I asked, because then we'll see the multi-year in there and give us an idea.
Yep. Absolutely.
Okay. So anything else? Nobody else has questions. This is an action item. You're muted, Ross, if you could just unmute.
I move adoption of the unaudited actual.
Okay. First by Trustee Miller.
With a commendation to the staff for great
Yes.
hard work.
Yeah, thank you. First by Trustee Miller, a second by Trustee Cooper. All those in favor? 7-0. All right, now moving into our staff reports, and I'm assuming everybody's fine. We've hit 10 o'clock, a little after 10. We'll just keep moving along. If you need to take a little break, just take a break. Moving on to staff report, district reserve policy considerations. Yancy will be presenting that again.
All right. My apologies. Just get this right here. All right. Everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. All right. All right. A little over a year ago, I brought a presentation around just general reserve policies. And, given the financial situation in the country and at the state, the board directed me in August to bring back some specifics around what a policy might look like specifically for Novato Unified as we move forward. And I think that's just an amazing idea. I think having a solid board reserve policy is one of the bedrocks of some good financial policy. So, why are reserves necessary in general? And I kind of look at this very similar to, why are a family's savings, really important? So to mitigate volatility in funding, in our case, at the state level. So, with a family, that would be, if somebody lost a job or had to take a pay cut. One can be managing cash flow, addressing unexpected or increasing costs, also to obtain or maintain higher credit ratings that when we borrow money, especially around general obligation bonds, those can be lower costs and potentially to save for larger purchases. But why does NUSD, specifically, need higher levels of reserves? And we do bring a reserve document every June. It's a disclosure document around reserves with our budget. But sometimes I think, given the time of year and how much stuff is going on in the budget, we don't spend a lot of time on that. But why does NUSD need a strong reserve level? potential reductions in state funding. I think we all saw in the May revise when we went from a little over $1 million projected increase in our state revenue to a massive 10% or $7 million reduction to state funding. We realized how variable state funding can be. NUSD continues to be in declining enrollment. Assistant Superintendent Ferrer will be discussing some of the enrollment with you. And although we saw a little bit of a spike in 1920, we continue to be on a pretty consistent decline related to the drop in birth rate starting in about 2009. We've also talked a lot about increases in the state mandated pension contribution, those being STRS and PERS. We continue to have underfunded federal mandates. We noted, the underfunding of special education in the unaudited actuals presentation. That underfunding and increasing costs continue to put pressure on our budget. Our parcel tax, we do rely on about 4 to 5% of our overall budget is based on local funding, which expires for us in 2023. So that's a reliance on local funding that needs to be renewed. We also have to potentially address unexpected costs. Trustee Millerick was noting, costs of, opening schools. We have some money from the state and feds on that, but that we're hoping is enough. But if it's not, we're still going to have to open school that's safe for our students, as well as, we want to continue our high credit rating, and because that saves money for the taxpayers of Novato. But kind of look at, you've seen this schedule before. In 2011, our reserve percentage was about 22%. It's slowly been reduced over that time, although it's flattened over the last few years as a percentage down to about 12.5%. One thing though to focus on, and this is important as we look towards a policy, is that our actual reserve level in terms of dollars hasn't gone down that much, but our budget ending the year ending 2011 was about $63 million. Our budget now is about just under $95 million, and so the same reserve level doesn't cover as much of your expenses and as much of your monthly expenses as it did in a smaller overall budget. To put NUSD's reserve level and compare it to some statewide levels, and these data points are from the Legislative Analyst Office report in April of this year. So our reserve level actually is as of June 30, 2020, and the other state averages are based on June 30th, 2019, because they're the most updated. But NUSD, like I said, was just under 13%. A statewide average for the 1,000 districts in the state of California is about 17%. The median is about 22%. And then the lowest quartile in the state, or basically the 25th percentile, is about 14%. So NUSD sits at about the 25th percentile in terms of overall reserve levels as compared to our other districts. Historically, we haven't had an official policy around the reserve level, but the board has kept an unofficial reserve target of about 15%. So when we've been around that, we've dipped below it a little bit related to the declining enrollment and the increases in those state mandated pension costs. But it's served us okay. But I think it's really important that as we see that we've now gone below that, that official policy would be a stronger recommendation from myself. and staff. The Governmental Financial Officers Association, their policy recommendation is a minimum of 2 months of regular revenues or expenses. And so that's a little under 17% is their recommendation. And I think, that makes a lot of sense to me in terms of, when you look at your own family's budget, a lot of times you look at, how many, if I was out of work for, a couple of months, would I have enough savings, to make, to get by? And so I think that makes a lot of sense. So now I'm going to get into kind of the options and the specifics of a policy, what that might look like. And so the first thing when you're, developing a policy is really to set that level. And, the two most common ways to look at it is in terms of that specific to an expenditure. So, 2 months of operating expense, like the Governmental Financial Officers Association does, or kind of a fixed percentage of expenditures. These are the two most common, and they work well, for traditional school districts. And Novato fits, pretty well into that as a pretty traditional unified school district. Some districts choose to use a fixed dollar amount. I don't recommend this because it obviously doesn't change as your budget changes. And then some districts that have, unique situations will want to use a percentage of maybe specific revenues. So, we have, just in Marin County, there's some districts with, 20-25% of their budget that come from the parcel tax. We have districts where 25% of their overall budget comes from a educational foundation. And so you'll see a lot of these in districts with pretty unique revenue situations that they'll keep a reserve based on that. In my opinion, given our specific situation and just the history of when I've seen this, I think tagging your reserve to a specific expenditure cash flow would probably make the most sense for NUSD. I think it's also transparent to the public and easy to understand, given, how they might look at their own savings account. What would a financially healthy family look like? I think it would probably be able to have 2 months of savings if the revenue stopped. But to be clear, the level is only the first step as you move forward. There's 4 or 5 other, I think, important policy considerations that are going to be part of any good reserve policy. And so the first is looking at a triggering event. And so when I say triggering event, I mean, what would trigger the use of that reserve? So you obviously have a reserve for a reason. What would trigger the use of that? This likely would mean some kind of board action, declaring the use of that events have occurred that require the use of that reserve. You might have seen something in June that the governor had to announce and declare a financial emergency. And that was the triggering event at the state level for them to use their rainy day reserve. So my recommendation would be some sort of board action authorizing the use of that reserve. A couple other important considerations when setting up a reserve policy is the time period in which fund balances could be used. And so, you likely don't want to use up all of your reserves in a single year under a bad situation. And so usually you'll see no more than 2 or 3 years that, or no fewer than 2 or 3 years that you would use it under. And likely whatever that triggering event and that board action would probably have to designate a period within the allowable time that the board policy would have. The third thing, and this might be the most important, is a commitment to lowering district expenditure levels to be adjusted to match the new economic realities. So when we use a reserve, these reserves are supposed to be, used for dire situations. And so ultimately, we can't use them forever. So any use of these reserves really needs to come with a commitment to lowering district expenses, those new economic realities. So any good policy would include that commitment. And then lastly, and I think very importantly, and I think this is overlooked a lot in policies when I look across the state, is the time period or method in which the fund balance we will be replenished, and how we're gonna, do that. So, we came out of the 08-09, Great Recession. We've been going along and things have been going pretty well. And now, we're hitting this COVID emergency. So as you look, if we were using reserves under in the Great Recession, how would we have built them back up so that they would potentially be available for use in this COVID emergency? So I think it's important to have those in a policy, and that would be my recommendation around that. So as we move forward, I'm happy to answer questions. And then, we'll be looking for some feedback as we move forward and potentially, looking at implementing a board policy. But kind of to summarize, really the first thing is to focus on, what that level is. And I think it's important, my recommendation is around, a certain number of months, in this case, probably 2 months of expenditures. I think that's transparent and understandable for our community. And then really focusing on those 4 other parts to make sure they're part of the policy of what would trigger that. And I would recommend that something including board action to do that. The time period in which the funds would be used, and I would say a 2 to 3 year period with the board deciding when they use it, what period they wanted to use. The commitment for the district to lower expenditures when we are in a situation where we need to use the reserve, and the time period and the method in which that reserve would be rebuilt after we need to use it. So with that, I'm happy to answer off to question and to receive any feedback on moving forward to moving for a reserve policy.
Trustee Gasson and Trustee Miller.
Thank you, Yancy. I've said this before, and I just completely continue to be amazed that it's very lenient to say that the amount of reserve needs to be 3% when that's just so insufficient for anything. And so huge advocate for setting up a reserve. And I do agree with you with the use of expenses as being the foundation for that. The 2 months, I think, it seems reasonable to me. And you had made some comments about the reasons for having the expense amount be the basis for the reserve. And I'd like to add that it's a more tangible number, and it will also change. Some of those things, when you set an actual dollar amount, you don't know what the circumstances are, what things are changing. So if you use the 2 months of expenses, even if the expenses go up or go down, you've still got a reference point. You don't have to go and change and say, okay, we had 20,000 wouldn't be anything anyway, but it would be something that would move along with how things are looking for us. And the other thing that I consistently hear is the fact that, well, if we have these reserves, why are we not using them? And I think the big thing that we need to just make sure we convey is that there are certain circumstances for which they should be used. And there's others that it's not the best use of funds. And when I say that, I mean, we'd love to give increases or we would love to do certain things, but this is one-time use money. So putting whatever we use it for shouldn't, in my opinion, be something that is going to be have a continued impact on our bottom line. So, you know, when we do salaries, if we do give an increase and using this for that, then where's the money going to come from going forward? We have it for that year because it's in a bucket right now, but making it clear a distinction that from my position it would be for things that are just one-time unexpected or unplanned expenses that the money got used for versus a long-term expense, if that makes sense.
Yep.
I'm getting punchy.
Trustee Miller?
Tom, I think you were next. You want to go?
Oh, sorry.
If not, I'll go.
No, I'm fine, Ross. I'll go after you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So this, I think this is a great policy. I think tying it to expenses is the right link, not income. It's a much more stable number. It's the thing we can't vary very much. And I think 2 months of expenses is a good measure. But I do want to talk about this strategy in a little bit bigger context. What we're talking about this evening is a reserve, but it's a highly liquid reserve. It's cash in the bank. The reality is, and it's an operational number. The reality is, we have reserves that are a lot deeper than that. We have trained our staff ahead of time. We're not being jammed into having to expend funds. We've managed our book purchases ahead of time. We have operational features of our campus. We have the physical health of the Nevada Unified School District is dramatically better now than it was 2 decades ago or 3 decades ago. Buildings were falling down. We were running expenses that we didn't need to. We had heaters that ran all the time. We had no way of turning them on and off. The kinds of changes that Tony's brought to the campus, where we're much more efficient at managing the actual operating costs, have allowed us to flexibly manage the operating cost of this district. We didn't have those in place before. So our reserves are not just the very liquid cash in the bank. They're also things that you can turn into cash over time. We could, we're in much better shape. So a 15% reserve, given where the district is right now, which is a fairly efficient operating organization, makes perfect sense. It's also true we do this same thing on the physical side of the ledger. So there are charter schools or others that rent the physical space they occupy. Nevada Unified School District owns every square foot of every building and every school site that we operate. We don't have a rental cost that we have to pay that other school districts do. We have worked really hard to take the cost of running our networks and drive the cost of those down. So instead of paying $500,000 a year, we're paying significantly less than that. We have worked really hard to reduce our costs. We've installed turf fields at a capital cost, but we've reduced our operating cost of running lawnmowers and watering fields. So we have taken efficiencies when we could to have a significantly more efficient operation. And that's a different district than 20 years ago, 30 years ago. 30 years ago, we had a 3% reserve and all of those high cost expenses and buildings that had failing roofs and buildings that were being red tagged by the inspection. So we have made a significant improvement. So given where we are in terms of all of that resource, and oh, by the way, we have parcels that we might turn into housing that might generate revenue. Those are assets that improve our reserves, not this year or next year, but in 5 years, we can convert those assets into something that will help us run the district. So we're a lot stronger than just this 15%. We weren't before, we are now. We have the Hamilton property, we have the San Andreas property, we have the others. So I think we need to always look at this like over 20 years. How are we going to protect the district if something goes wrong? The first line of defense is 15% cash in the bank. If something goes wrong this year, we can defend ourselves this year. We were in a position historically where we had to sell off the San Carlos property because we needed cash. We sold it for $3 million when we should have gotten $6 million because we didn't have these reserves. So if somebody in the community wants to know, why do you have reserves? The answer is so you don't get forced into making bad decisions when you get pushed against the wall, because there's random noise in life. So, and we're in the same situation now. If we didn't have reserves, there's things like serving 20,000 meals to our Novato kids that we had to put a little bit of cash on the table to make happen. And we did it very efficiently. But if we had had zero cash, we couldn't have even had the conversation. The town is better off when we have flexibility. So I'm all in favor of the short-term liquid cash position, but I also want to remind all of us that maintaining the overall health of the institution and the depth of our resources so we have flexibility when we need it is just as important. So turning San Andreas into whatever housing or however that works is just as important as this cash reserve. Is just a play over 8 years, not a play over 1 year. So I'm all in favor of this. I think this is a great frontline defense. We just have to make sure we think about the lines of defense behind it. So I vote yes when the time comes.
Thank you, Trustee Miller. Trustee Cooper.
Thanks. I'm totally in favor of this. I think we're definitely doing the right thing. I think 3% is, we'll just start with, I think 3% is a joke. So let's forget that. Let's not even talk about that. Look at in your report, Yancy, I appreciate it. You listed off many organizations who are very, very involved in education finance, and all of their recommendations is to do more than 3%, and they're recommending around, according to this, 17%. Good for you. I think we should. I also like the idea of being tied, figuring it out as being a factor of a function of expenses. I think that's right. I think it's really important as any reserves. So once we start spending these reserves, it's liquid. It's a liquid asset. It's going to be gone. It's one-time money. It's gone. So then what? So it's really important, I think, for us to do what's on your last slide 9, the commitment to lowering district expenditure levels right away. That's got to be, I mean, now. Let's do that. And I know we are. And the last thing is to replenish. Let's talk about replenishing the reserves once, if in fact we end up spending some. Well, according to your slide number 4, we're not very good at that, are we? So I like the idea of having some wording in there, some verbiage in there about when it's going to be replenished. That's a hard one, obviously, but I like that. And
yeah. Well, and I think it's important, as you noted there, you know, that I think a policy would help us in this range, because, you know, if you look at on a real dollars level, you know, that reserve hasn't decreased a lot since 2011. It's just lower, but as a percentage, you know, it's gone down as our budget has increased.
Right.
You know, so it can't go as far in terms of our expenditure level. So this policy that we put in forth would, you know, bring that to the surface each year as we're building that and ensuring that our reserve is matching our current situation, and not a situation in the last time that we used and needed a budget reserve.
And finally, are you just kind of process? Are you you're gonna bring this back with some recommendations, some specific recommendations? I mean, you have some here, but
yeah, I'm looking for some feedback from the board, and if the board gives me direction to bring back a first reading of a policy, then I'd be happy to take that back and do the work and meet with staff in the county and bring something back.
I mean, I guess, I don't know how you figure out, how do you figure when you're gonna, or what the triggering factor is to pay it back? What the economy has to, yeah, how do you do
Yeah.
that?
Usually you look into when revenues are increasing.
Sure.
You look back to, as revenues increase, you use the first whatever. If you get $1 million of additional revenue, you take the first 5%, 10%, 20%, and you put that away towards, building back up that reserve.
I'll remind you, it's California.
Yeah. But I think when we've made the commitment to reduce our expenditure level to the new normal, then we build it up back with, as our revenues increase. So it would be tied into likely revenue increases in that. But I have several options of some good policies that, some colleagues have sent me across the state, which have some good information on that. And some of it is, it's specific to that situation and bringing it back to the board to take action on how to do that as well.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Trustee Gasson?
So I think you sort of answered what I was thinking next to ping off of that is the things, the triggering effect. What would trigger the use of those funds? Would that be included in some of the policies that you've seen?
Yep. So the level and the 4 additional considerations would all be addressed, would be as key parts of the reserve policy. So that triggering event, the commitment to lowering expenses, the time in which it could be used, and then the policy and the manner in which it would be replenished would all be my recommendation as key parts of the policy.
Right. I guess what I'm asking is like, I don't have a point of reference. I mean, I kind of have an idea in my head, what would it be a triggering event, but it'd be interesting to see what other schools use as their, like, okay, this is a point at which we need to utilize these funds.
Yeah. So I do have some examples that I can bring some different ideas, but I think it obviously is what is the board's comfort level of what what necessitates a significant economic event. I think the Great Recession is an obvious one. This COVID, looking into next year or the year after, that might be the situation. But would have the .com decrease be one? Probably. But putting in some metrics, so when revenues decline more than X percent, when and you can have different data points, but ultimately I think it'll be a board action that would be the triggering event, and we give some feedback on what would drive board action. So
Okay,
an economic downturn.
I was gonna say, it sounds more like to me than, I mean, and you can bring it to us later, but it sounds more from what you're saying, it's more of a decline in revenue would be the trigger versus I was thinking more circumstantial. I mean, partly because you equate it to, as somebody you'd have your own personal savings if something happened. And I didn't necessarily equate that to a loss or like a COVID situation or a economic downturn. I was thinking more circumstantial, like if, and I don't know what that would be, but that was kind of where my head was originally going. But now I better understand, I think, what you're trying to say in terms of the use of those funds. So.
And school districts have traditionally run into problems around when there's large decreases in revenue with quick downturns like the .com, like the Great Recession, potentially COVID. But there's also been, serious declines in declining enrollment that have hit, some districts. We've been in declining enrollment, although it's been, a little bit, it's been pretty steady. But some districts have seen 10% reduction in, so it can also be that. And then it also can be significant expenditure increases, kind of like what we've seen with the state mandated person stores rates. So all of that, basically we give some criteria would be my recommendation. And then the board would take action to, trigger the use of the reserve.
Are you good, Trustee Gasson? Yeah. Okay, Trustee Nell and then Trustee Miller.
I'm in. It's long overdue. I support using the bullets on slide 9 as a basis for formalizing a minimum reserve of 15% of our expenses. Look forward to more detailed information.
Okay, sorry about that. Trustee Miller.
So I think that I agree with Trustee Nell. I think this is a long overdue, great start. As we all have seen, we're supposed to be setting some rules in this policy that'll provide guidance to a future board who is faced with circumstances where they have to consider it. And what we saw in those, and we've experienced some of it ourselves, and what happens is revenues drop, and now you have to deal with the fact that maybe we have to lay off some athletic coaches, or maybe we have to increase class sizes, or maybe we have to cut the number of units that a student can take, or maybe we have to reduce the instructional minutes. Somehow we're down to where it impacts the quality of the program. And those are painful times. And we need in this policy to give it enough structure so we can help that board at that future time and that leadership team at that future time make decisions about, yes, it's time to take a painful step, because that's what they're going to be faced with. And the step will be balancing serving students in opposition to a balanced budget. And this board's had to face some of those issues right here. So as we craft this, I will be thinking about a board at some future time who has to use this as a tool to keep the district right side up.
All right. Anybody else? I think we've heard from the majority of the board, and we're looking for bringing forward a policy with your recommendations, Yancy, and some options, I guess, for the board.
Yep.
I think we're mostly in agreement with what you've brought forward and your suggestions. I didn't hear anything differently unless you did, please.
No, I feel like I have great feedback to move forward with a first reading. I'm sure there's going to be definitely some changes at that point because this is so important. But I definitely think I have enough structure to bring back the first reading of a policy and then in the next month or so, next month or two.
Great. All right, so we'll conclude this item. And moving on to final staff report. This is the 2021 student enrollment and staffing update. Again, something we get this time of year, every year. Jonathan will be presenting this.
Thank you, President Butler. Good evening again, trustees. Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. This is the district's annual enrollment and staffing update. I want to preface the presentation and the data that you received for this presentation is really affirming our concerns or continued concerns of declining enrollment across the district, further complicated by COVID-19. I also always want to think positively, so this also may be an opportunity for us to right-size the district and right-size our operations in response to the data that we have this evening. So I will just go ahead and go right into it, starting with our elementary school enrollment. On the lower right-hand column here, you see the total amount of declining enrollment we have seen at the elementary school level, a decline of about 163 students from our projected enrollment of 3,090 to now 2,927. Broken up by sites here, I'll go over them site by site. Hamilton, projected enrollment was 405. We're showing 379 as of day 10, a difference of 26 decline here. For Loma Verde, a projection of 402. However, they are at 407, so an increase of 5. For Lou Sutton, a projected amount of 376 with current enrollment at 327, a difference of 49. However, it's important to note for Lou Sutton and both for Pleasant Valley, these numbers are intentionally higher because of the impact that VLA had on our enrollment structure and our staffing for VLA. We needed to pull some students from these sites to other sites to accommodate the VLA staffing needs. So although these numbers are quite significant when you see them here, they are the focus should be on the total decline in enrollment at the elementary level down here. For Linwood, our projection of 292 is actually now at 278, so a difference of 14. For Olive, projection of 363, now at 342, difference of 21. At Pleasant Valley, a projection of 428, now at 374, a difference of 54. Again, this is impacted by the VLA, Virtual Learning Academy impact due to staffing and the movement of students. For Rancho, projection of 343, they are showing 349, so an increase in 2 there. And San Ramon, a projection of 481, with current enrollment at 475, so a decline of 6 at San Ramon. I've broken down for you the actual flexible in-person numbers and those who have opted into the Virtual Learning Academy at those sites if you were interested in that data for each of our schools. For middle school enrollment, Hamilton projection was 184, current enrollment 181, a difference of 3. San Jose, 642 projection with current enrollment at 604, difference of 38. And Sinaloa projected enrollment of 832, current enrollment 811, difference of 61. That gives us a difference of decline in enrollment at the middle school level of 62. Projected enrollment for this level was 1,658. We are showing a day 10 count of 1,596. High school enrollment has a little bit more better news, not so significant of a difference than our elementary and our middle school levels. For Novato, a projection of 1,441, currently showing 1,437, so a difference of 4 students. For San Marin, a projection of 1,143 students, current enrollment at 1,140, a difference of 3. And at Marin Oaks, a projection of 75, currently at 72 for a difference of 3. Total for the high school decline is 10, with a projected original projection of 2,659, currently demonstrating enrollment of 2,649. We also gauge other and track other enrollment. So for Nova, we had a projection of 60 students. Current enrollment at Nova is 55, a difference of 5 students there. Home hospital, we never project because this is subject to change depending on needs of students throughout the year. But we currently have 3 students enrolled in home hospital. So a difference here of 2 with an original projection of 60, currently enrolled in both of these programs, 58. So when we take a look at the overall enrollment, this has been a steady number in our 10-day counts, about negative 237 students combined from all 3 of our levels. Our original projection for this year was 7,467. As of day 10, we are demonstrating 7,230. So again, a decline in enrollment this year from our projections of negative 237 students. And looking at the comparative enrollment to where we were from day 5 of last year to day 10 of this year, we see a decline of 293 students. So a year ago around this time, our enrollment was 7,523. Currently, as of day 10, we are at 7,230. You'll notice the difference in day 5, day 10 here. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we wanted to use day 10 to get a better gauge on our numbers as folks were making decisions, to withdraw the school or not, we felt that the day 10 number would be more accurate than the day 5 number, because we did see a little bit of improvement from the original data to day 10. So we feel confident that the day 10 number is most appropriate for this comparative enrollment. So again, a decline of 293. Our projections from last year, we did project 7,467 this year. Around a year ago, our projection was 7,378 for an increased projection of 89. Again, however, the enrollment is showing otherwise, a decline of 293. We did hire about 30 teachers across the district and continue to hire teachers. So these are just the list of the wonderful teachers we are welcoming to our organization for this school year. So about 30 of them outlined here, and their different positions. Give that a second just so you can read through instead of me reading each and every one of them. And then we also welcome certificated administrators, as you know, across the district. Amira Patel, our new principal at Lucen Elementary School, Whitney McEachern, our new assistant principal at San Jose Middle School, and Marta Posada, our assistant principal and counselor at Marin Oaks High School. We do have some certificated vacancies left open. We have, again, the ROTC instructor. We did receive approval from the Air Force to possibly hire a second sergeant instead of a colonel sergeant setup. We can do a sergeant setup. However, this posting continues to not yield any applicants at this time. So that one is active. And we are hoping to, as we did last year, to get some applicants for consideration here. We are also in the process of onboarding our district athletic director to serve Novato High and San Marin High School. We are currently in onboarding for this position, and we hope that this is resolved within the next week or so. We also are in the process of onboarding a dual immersion teacher at Linwood Elementary, finalizing the onboarding process. We do have a part-time resource specialist position over at Sinaloa that is active. We have received minimal applications for this position, so we look forward to filling this position. This one's a little bit tricky because of the 0.4 nature, so basically 2 class assignments for this position. As we do every year across many districts, the challenge to getting school nurses and school psychologists. So we do have 2 positions that are currently active that we are hoping to fill. We do have minimal applications here, but we tend to hopefully get these filled through agency if we are not able to hire them directly into the district. And we also have an early intervention SOCOG teacher over at Rancho that is also active. That is getting some applications in, and it will be pending some interviews to fill that position. With that, I am more than happy to answer any questions you might have regarding our enrollment or staffing.
Board members, Trustee Aguila, and then Trustee Cooper.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Wondering about the staff. When you're hiring the staff, have you gotten any bilingual teachers applicants or African American applicants?
Yeah, so we always are obviously trying to recruit diverse classroom teachers into our organization. We have established some contacts with some new partners in this work and are going to continue partnering with some other agencies on this work. We continue to have difficulty drawing candidates of color to our organization. As you know, I had made a commitment last year to attend specific recruitment events for teachers and educators of color. We had them all scheduled out for the spring, and then COVID hit. So that has proven to be a challenge. We will continue to attempt to draw candidates of color into our organization. We continue to work with our partners in understanding why it's a challenge for us to attract educators of color into our system. So this continues to be a challenge for us that we are hoping to address. Of course, all of our principals are aware of the need for diversity of our classroom teachers, and I firmly believe they, through the hiring process and as they review applications and interview candidates, keep that at the forefront of their process. But at times it's very challenging because we don't have a sufficient enough or any candidates of color applying to our positions.
Okay, thank you. So just so we're trying. And then my other question, I know you covered all our schools. Just curious about, and if you don't have the numbers, that's okay. But just the charter school, have they gone down too in decline, or have they stayed the same?
Trustee Aguila, I do not have that information. I'd be more than happy to get that information over to the board for an update.
Thank you.
Trustee Cooper?
Thank you, Jonathan. Couple questions for you. That the number of the declining enrollment at elementary is pretty significant. Do you see that being, how do you see that being distributed among each grade level on the average across the schools in general?
Yeah, so I can pull up that data report. It will take me a second to try to get the numbers to you, Trustee Cooper, but
Just kind of,
we do have that breakdown by grade level. It's primarily, I believe, in the lower grades.
Yeah.
And
we want to
Well, maybe while Jonathan's looking for it, let me say a couple things, and Yancey can add on. The bulk of the decline is at TK and K. One of the things that we're working on with Leslie's survey, which is hard to capture the TKK kids, but we're trying to figure out when we do our survey of kids who were here last year but aren't back this year, is what was the impact of COVID on that, and are they likely to return? And if they're likely to return, are they likely to return when we go to hybrid learning, when we go, to everybody back on campus, or are they waiting until next year to return? So we're going to be doing some fishing for information about the folks that left us to help us with some more big picture planning.
Okay.
And Trustee Agee, I do have the charter school enrollment number as of day 10, total attendance of enrollment of 271. I don't know how that has shifted from previous years, but right now it's 271.
Thank you.
Assistant Superintendent Ferrer, I do have that information. That's about equivalent to what they've had in the past. That's not a huge difference from them. And to put a quick couple things on Superintendent Koska's remarks, our TK numbers are down by a third in TK. Our K numbers are down by about 10%. And then our 1 through 5 are all kind of, they go a little bit like this, but they're down a couple percent, a few percent by grade. So as Superintendent Koska noted, a big chunk of that is sitting at the TK and K level. But as he also said, it's harder to find the students who, TK and K who you don't know didn't show up.
Yeah, and hopefully they're the ones we want, because they're going to go through 12 years in our wonderful schools. So thank you for that, everybody. The ROTC, where are we at with our ROTC enrollment at Novato High? Anybody know?
Yeah, I don't have the exact number. I don't have the master schedule for Novato High, but I can definitely get you that number.
Okay, that would be good to know.
Yeah, I can share that we did not see a huge uptick in enrollment like we were hoping to see.
Yeah, we were hoping for that.
But we can get you more specifics.
Okay. And then finally, just to kind of make a comparison or connect the dots between previous presentation and this, Yancey, the 237 students that were down, what does that represent in terms of revenue? Is it like
So
10,000 a kid?
you're about 10,000 a kid. So you're talking about
That's
$2
$2.3 million.
Yeah, 2 million.
So just to your point, your previous presentation, one of the factors why we need reserves is for that very reason. Exactly. So, all right, thank you.
All right, board, trustee Gaston.
Thank you for that report. And I was actually happy some of those positions that were open are getting filled. So that was great. I have three. I can't, oh, there's Jonathan. I didn't find, you moved on my screen. I have three questions. And the first I actually didn't have until you made a note of it. On the elementary school enrollment, I was not entirely clear about Lou Sutton and Pleasant Valley. The notation was that those numbers, the decline was more because of the shift in VLA. So can I presume then that those numbers are reflected in one of the other schools? Is that how, is that, okay, so some of these other ones are inflated.
Correct, right. So we had to, due to our VLA structure in assigning students to a VLA teacher, we had to mix students from school sites together. So if we were pulling, for example, from Lou Sutton or Pleasant Valley, then we were really adding to another school site. So that's why the focus on the decline in enrollment should be on the total system-wide for elementary rather than the individual sites.
Okay, got it. Just when you said that, I was like, okay, then I mean, I knew that we were moving kids around, but I just wasn't, I wasn't sure where they landed, but presumably then they got split out across different school sites.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So thank you. The comparative spreadsheet or comparative slide that has the numbers and this kind of touches on what we were talking about with the TK. I'm not surprised. I have a lot of friends that you know, it's hard because you don't have that social aspect, which is hugely important at that age, and not having that connection to a teacher. A lot of parents decided to just keep their child at preschool versus, and you know, they unenrolled them from NUSD. Well, what might be interesting if Leslie could pull that information, since it was such a significant amount, if there's a number, and I don't know how many TK kids, if it was just 20 or if it was 40 kids, rolling that into our future projections, which I expect you will probably be doing for the coming year. But when I was looking at this particular slide, what I was struggling with, and I realized what was, for me, it was missing, and to put it in perspective, was that for 2019 and 2020, we had that jump, which this reflects was approximately 145 extra students showed up. And then this year, there's 237 less than projected. So the difference numbers are good, but for me, that was more impactful to say, okay, we had that jump, but then we had this huge 237 students that we were less than we had originally thought. Because I think a lot of us are still focusing on, you know, that there's still kids coming into our schools and stuff like that, that we were doing really well. And I think that, you know, it's unfortunate we've had this COVID to impact and make it hard to really call out who's going to be in our schools in the next year or two, once we get beyond it. But the other thing that I'd like to just throw out, you know, the real estate market right now is just extremely crazy. And we have a lot of families coming in from San Francisco. So as we move forward, while I know that we've had a continual decline in enrollment, and you don't know if families are leaving and then new families are coming in, or if there's older people leaving and new families coming in, I'd be interested to see if there's any real estate information kind of evaluating who's moving to Novato, because the houses and everything are going like crazy. And my understanding from the realtors that I know is that they're people who have families, and when we had that shelter in place, they decided that you know, San Francisco is not the best place for that, for kids and raising families. So they're migrating up this direction. So just for future planning and thinking.
Anecdotally, we got the same thing going on here in Loma Verde. There's been a lot of turnover, and every one of them is a young family with kids. But that's one neighborhood. So.
All right. Any other board members?
Shelley Scott may be able to enlighten us with the,
Yeah.
Chris, if you reach out to her, she might give you some useful data.
Just to tack on to the decline in elementary, I'm wondering where that is coming from. Maybe a conversation with our office managers just to say, what are you hearing? What are what are families telling you? Are they, what are the reasons maybe they didn't register? Just another radar to kind of see what's going on. Would be talking with our office managers. They're a great resource. They know a lot of what's going on. Okay, so seeing if there's no other further questions, I'm going to ask about this enrollment of our elementary, and we've had the conversation about school closure. Do we, where do we stand on that as a board? And seeing, obviously, Trustee Gaston's just talked about hearing the influx of some families in real estate and potentially some increase in our enrollment, maybe. We just don't know, but I'm looking at 4 elementary schools sitting in the 374 is 278 is the enrollment at 1, 327, 345. Those are 342. That's fairly low enrollment for an elementary school, and so I don't want to. It's something I would think we should kind of look at potentially. This is back to the school closure conversation. If there's any interest in the board, Trustee Miller.
So when Hamilton was being rebuilt, we had Loma Verde drop down to 150 students, and we kept it open because we could see ahead that it was going to grow back, which it certainly did. All those houses that were brand new then filled up with brand new families. And that was the right thing to do with low enrollment, is to just pay the cost, and then we'll see those families at Hamilton. Those kids will be raised and they'll all go off to college and things will change. I don't see that change coming. I mean, Chris, I know you're trying to get rid of your kid, and Debbie's trying to get rid of her kid. So but they tend to come back. So I don't see anything in these numbers that says that population is going to come back. And I guess I'm looking for a more longitudinal assessment, Jonathan, to go take a look at it and say, yeah, it's declining and it continues. All the decline is in the kindergarten class, and so we know that's going to roll through in a wave through the whole program. So if with that kind of assessment, which my guess is what you're going to discover, I think we need to ask the superintendent to start doing the hard work of closing the school. And maybe we don't do it tonight at 11 o'clock at night, but it seems to me in the next 30 days we need to ask the hard question of the staff to do that work. It's predicated on somebody telling me those are really longitudinal and they're not just a blip, a 1-year blip, but they really are, all the reductions in the kindergarten class, and that's going to roll through that whole cohort. It's going to roll through. We're going to see a reduction across the program in all grade levels over 6 years.
So we had this discussion early last year or December of last year. And the recommendation was, let's hold off. Let's see, we're going to have this, we're going to have an increase. We think we're going to, things might change, or we thought there was an increase in enrollment. That didn't occur. Then we obviously got into the midst of COVID. We just don't know if these kids are going to be coming back or not. I think that's kind of where it's a sticking point for me right now is,
So my data point is I got 2 grandkids. One's in preschool and one's in 1st grade or 2nd grade. And just because of family logistics, my grandchildren are both going to a private school. We're paying a whole bunch of money just because the logistics of 2 kids at 2 different schools and all the COVID stuff has just got it. And plus holding down a day job for mom and dad, it's just got impossible. So they put 2 kids on one campus. So in my case, they'll come back. because it's
Mhm.
just too expensive to continue that model. But in the
Yeah.
short run, they needed to, it was strategic. It was a short-term tactical decision, I guess is the. So that's I have one data point. And that's it.
Yeah. Trustee Gila?
So this is for superintendent. When do you need to know for sure? I mean, we'll never know if the kids will come back or not, but when do you need to know if we need to close the school or not?
Well, I got a couple things on my mind. So I'll circle back to your question at the end of this diatribe. I'll start. When I was principal in Vallejo, in downtown Vallejo, I was at the second smallest school in the district, and it had 375 kids. And so here, that would be our third or fourth largest elementary school. It'd be in the top half, and they had 16 schools at the time, 16 elementary schools. So just for some context, and that's normal. We are smaller than the average school, and we see that when we look at our comparable districts as well. So last year we've seen a decline. So our class sizes have gone from an average of 600, which is what we see at the top at our high schools, to an average of 500 kids per class. That's what our demographers continue to project will happen. I remember when we did this same discussion last year, we talked about how we were pleased that we were up. We were pleased that we had these new student enrollments, and we were optimistic that the trend that folks are talking about was playing out. That folks were moving from the city to the suburbs, and we were the lucky recipients, and that was driving this big change in kindergarten. And it could very well be the case. And COVID could have thrown a really huge wrench into that. I don't know that for certain, but it does make sense to me that it's a strong possibility, and I see some of the same thing in my neighborhood. So those are a couple of the points that I wanted to make. But the reality is that what we're seeing in enrollment this year is very similar to what was projected for this year 2 years ago. So like we're on this downward grade. We had a bump up, but we ended up back down at the same place that we were supposed to be. We just got there a different way. Now COVID played a role in that. We know that. We know that we lost TK, first graders out of our system as a result of COVID. We know that we're likely to recoup some of those kids. We don't have a clue how many of those kids we're going to recoup. In talking with friends and colleagues, we feel like if you're a TK or a K and you held them out of the system this year, we're pretty likely to capture them in K or in first grade. If they're a third grader and you held them out of the system, now they've gone and they've made this new friend network at their school. We feel like they're probably more likely to finish that cycle, go third, fourth, fifth, maybe come back to us in middle school, or maybe come back to us in high school. But we think that we recapture a smaller percentage of those kids. I think we saved ourselves from losing a lot of kids by offering the Virtual Learning Academy. That was a good option for us to provide. It's been a logistical nightmare, but it's been one worth taking on. So do I think we had 267 kids that we lost? Probably not. Do I think it could have been 200 that we had and we lost? Maybe. But do I think we're going to get them all back? No. Do we get 150 of them back? Hopefully. Is it closer to 200? That would be fantastic. But you guys don't get to make decisions on hopes and dreams, right? So now I'll circle back to Maria's question. The answer is, it depends. So, and here's what it depends on. If you want staff to bring you a recommendation to close a school for the 2021-22 school year. So next school year,
Yep.
we need to finalize that decision before winter break. Because we got a lot of we got to redraw boundaries. We got to get the demographers in here to help us out with that. We want to make sure the community is engaged in that. When we worked with the elementary school size committee, they made a lot of recommendations. I'm proud to say that we've taken a swing at all of them. We haven't been as successful as we would have liked to be, but we gave it a shot. When we held those committees, we talked about there were 4 things that we were looking at. Does the size of our schools, do they make sense from an efficiency perspective? Do they make sense from a capacity perspective? And then there were the other, so those were the 2 sort of fiscal sides of the house things. And then on the other side of the house, we looked at, are we able to maintain a strong sense of culture and community on our campuses and continuity for our kids if we were to close a school? What the committee found was that on the more fiscal sides, it probably made sense that we close the school. You know, there was not consensus in the room, but the average person felt that way, I think. On the other side, the average person felt like we needed to do a lot of work before we closed the school to ensure that we were going to be able to make sure that we were thoughtful in the process, that kids were able to find continuity and build community at the new school that they arrived at, that there was a transition period to sort of help make that happen. You know, it's been a couple years since I was in the committee, so I'm probably not using the words exactly quite right, but I'm getting to the sentiment in the room. And so that's why December is so important. And I think December's pushing it. I mean, I really think that November is more the sweet spot. December is the absolute latest we could do it. If we're talking about making a decision this year for a closure a year and a half away, you know, then, you know, the world's our oyster for when that happens. So it just depends on what the board thinks is the right timeline. And we can support either of those before winter break, preferably November, or, you know, a little bit later for the 2022-23 school year.
I think it's really important for us to clearly articulate what our end in mind is here, our goal, right? Why are we trying to do this? What are we trying to achieve? Well, let's face it, we have a deficit. We're trying to address that. So we really need to clearly understand what value, I hate to say the word in this context, but really what we will get out of it from an economic perspective to make it worth doing. And then we have to trade that off against everything you just said, smaller communities, tighter communities, etc. There's a lot of misconception out there that closing a school will save us a ton of money. And it actually doesn't, because folks, the kids still need teachers. The teachers are not going anywhere. All that's really happening is we're basically eliminating some maintenance costs, eliminating some site staff, and of course, administration. But even then, there might still, it's hard to say how much of that will really change. So, you know, I know we have to explore this. I think what we need to do, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go down my path, my opinion. I think you're right, Chris. This year, it's too late. If we rush it, it won't be done right. We won't engage the community properly. And we are in the mode of trying to change that, right? We want to engage the community absolutely the right way in this. And 2, we need to really, or more, actually 1, we need to, before we do anything, really clearly understand what is going to come of this. What is our goal here? And then always make that our North Star as we do this process. Because part of this too is not just closing a school. Well, there's 8 of them. Okay. Well, how do you do that? How do you pick one? Do you look at geography? Do you look at enrollment, et cetera? I mean, I'm of the opinion that you have to start fresh and just look at geography and start all over again and really understand where we cover. And then everything gets redistributed. But then again, that means people moving around. So maybe not. I'm kind of talking on both sides. So, but you can see I'm opening up a can of worms when I say all this stuff, but that's the can of worms we're being dealt. And I think we need to be very methodical and make this like you said, an 18-month process. And the very first step of that process is absolutely quantifying what it is we're talking about from our end in mind. What are we trying to achieve?
And a lot of people, you brought up at the beginning of your comment there, Greg, you talked about, people think this is a huge money saver. And in year dollars, it is not. It's a $400,000 savings. You look at that in 1 year, it's $400,000. You look at it in 5 years, it's $2 million. So it depends on how you look at it. It also helps with efficiencies, with all the things that we have to do around the district, right? There's one less place that we have to worry about. So
also too, one more asset we have available to do something.
Yeah. So, this is really complex. This is, I've been working with staff and my colleagues in other districts to, anticipating that this conversation would come up, and know who the right experts are for me to get on the phone with in the second half of this week, to start talking about, who are the right people to help us through this process that are experts in this area that have done this before. And not to say that they make the decision or we make the decision, but we've got some learning to do. Our system, the folks in place in our system haven't done this here. So we've got some learning to do, and we don't have a whole lot of time. So learning from experts is way better than learning as you go. So I'm ready to make those calls if directed.
Trustee Gasson and Trustee Cooper.
You pointing to Trustee Cooper? Everybody wants Trustee Cooper to go first today.
All right, I'll jump in right now then. So I think as a district, how can we I guess we have to look at how we can make a serious impact on our situation that we're in now. We have teachers, staff members that we employ, we could lay off. We have facilities we could close. We have a couple pieces of land. What else do we have? So it's kind of limited if we want to make anything that's a significant impact, which I think we're going to find in the next 2 to 3 years. As Yancey's told us, we're going to be in the soup. So if you look at these numbers on one of these slides, we're down in the elementary level, 163 students. Well, let's say they all come back. Even at that, if you look at the capacity, the enrollment in the elementary schools today, on day 10, there's a lot of capacity in many of those schools to absorb, I would suspect, those 163 students, if they all come back. Who knows? We don't know that. So I would like to continue the discussion and at least probe and have the superintendent reach out to people he just mentioned and at least look into it, because otherwise we're putting our head in the sand and it's always going to be down the road. Oh, we'll address it later.
Next thing you know, you'll be off the board and not have to worry about it. I don't want that to happen.
Well, I mean, the reality is this can keeps getting kicked down the road.
Yeah. It's a can of worms.
And it was getting kicked down the road before I got here, and it's We've always been on the cusp, right? And honestly, as I shared in that board meeting about a year ago, I thought that one of my first recommendations was going to have to be that we were going to have to close an elementary school. And the data came in totally different, right? I mean, the data came in really high, and we were all, I think we all knew that it was probably an anomaly, but I think we all hoped that it was the beginning of a new trend. And maybe the trend wasn't going to go up 150 kids a year, but it was going to at least not go down 150 kids a year, right? But here we are. You know, we've gotten back to the trend line. This year brought us back to the trend line. And so we've got to decide if we give the can another kick.
So that is kind of what I was going to say. I mean, the families and community just can't keep taking us, say we might do this, we might, and that's not to say that we shouldn't do something because of that, but I think that we just keep looking for something, and instead we need to make a decision. And what I liked that you said, Chris, at the start was reflective of the things that we have done. Have we looked under every rock to figure out where we're going to cut stuff, or have we done the list of things that the committee had suggested? We're looking at a scenario where we didn't renew the parcel tax. So that's not guaranteed money to be coming. And I gotta say, timing wise, I mean, I by no means do I want to close the school. I mean, I really don't. I think that there is a way to be methodical about it and still manage to do it for this coming year if the board decides to make that decision. But from where I sit, if we put it off another year, you're falling right on top of the parcel tax. And then that's going to be when we don't want to create even more unrest in our community at that point. I think that we need to show that we're being responsible. It could be that we don't decide to close the school, but that we've at least been methodical and thinking through where we are, where we need to be, and what are we going to do to make things better. And I don't know. It's one of those, Ross is always talking, or Trustee Miller is always talking about having to make hard decisions. And I think this is one of those things that we might just need to start doing now, and at least evaluating it and taking a look at where we are. So that's my 2 cents.
My concern is if we talk about this at great length, which we have done, and the reality is 10 years in the 80s, there was talk about closing a school at Rancho, and what happened was a revolt, and all the incumbents got elected out of office, and the board got replaced, and Rancho stayed open. This is not a new conversation for, and if you talk to Shelley Scott, there was a school on Center Avenue, and there was one right where the school district office is now that got closed. These are tough times, but I don't think you go to the community and say we need you to pass a parcel tax, and we were thinking about closing a school but we couldn't make up our mind, and everybody will just say that's a huge expense, and that's just you wanting us to pay for your indecision. I think you leave yourself wide open for not being able to get 2/3 of a vote. I think you have to show leadership. So if we're going to have this conversation, we need to put it together in a it's a multi-step process that includes a parcel tax and a closing a school and a conversation with the community and a few other things that we need to. These aren't isolatable because they all hook together on the financial chain.
And Ross, to extend what you just said, we can't rush this. I mean, when you equate this decision and the timing of the parcel tax, the last thing we want to do is make a fast decision and then try to go out and do the parcel
tax. I'm not afraid of a fast decision. I'm afraid of an ill-considered, a decision that looks ill-considered and sloppy.
And that's what I think fast.
Yeah, and if that's what fast is in your mind, we absolutely can do that.
So we increase the odds of that happening. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, we do.
The only other thing I would like to put out there as part of this process to make it more thorough and, best serve the district, is the last thing I want is for us to end up in a position where, okay, we've closed the campus and now we're going to throw a bunch of portables on another campus because it's not big enough to handle all the kids that came over.
But we know how to do that.
Yeah, and no portables. So we need to do, when we map this out financially and logistically, it needs to have built into it the understanding that adjacent campus or campuses may need additional buildings.
We don't
Or
have
maybe they don't.
additional buildings.
We need to understand that.
Yeah, we do. We need to understand it, but we don't. We spent all the bond money. It's gone.
I get it. I know. I'm just saying
Not all
that
gone.
that could kill the deal right there, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm hearing a
Well-
little bit of a mixed reaction to this on if we give direction to staff to move forward with this closure of potentially of a school and bring a school forward in the near future on what school to close and forming a committee and doing the work. I'm also hearing I want to wait. I'm not sure we can do this right now. Let's think this through. So I'm hearing some mixed reactions. Does anybody else want to chime in? Board members? Trustee Nell, there we go.
Mhm.
Well, it's probably going to be no surprise to you, but it might be to others that are listening. But I have been an advocate for school closure for 2 terms, in fact. This is an issue that has, from my perspective, easy to see coming. So my only suggestion is, you guys talked the door well. Obviously, we don't want to make an ill-conceived decision. We want it thought out. Timeliness is important. We would only move fast if it was the best decision to go. Of course, I don't know how anybody does anything quickly in a COVID-restricted environment. So my only caveat, and what I haven't heard discussed, is if we're going to do school closures, I think we need to be very open and objective about which ones. But I think we also need to tie it to our other land assets. And I hope you guys understand what I mean by that.
Yeah.
We have millions of dollars tied up in land that is somewhat developable. And that money could be used to capitalize a consolidation and restructuring of fewer but more effective schools that the likes of this community has never seen before, and might in the end up being very attractive to young families all over Northern California, in fact. So I understand the issues around all of this. I would favor directive to the superintendent to begin taking a look at the issue. Again, my recommendation would be any decision we make ought to take into consideration what we would do with a closed site, as well as the other sites that we own. That's it. That's simple.
My,
Debbie,
my,
may
my
I-
concern is that we don't just create another charter school in Nevada and exacerbate our problem. So whatever we do, it's going to take some thinking.
Trustee Gasson?
That was me, actually.
Oh, sorry. She raised her
That's
hand,
okay.
that's fine.
I was just going to say, if I might just suggest that maybe the very first thing we do is we ask staff to put together what is our objective here, and what are we trying? What do we think we're trying to achieve, and then get us to agree to that, and then that will become our North Star, and we go from there. We have to do that quickly. I'm not saying take 6 months to do it.
Well, I guess I'm not entirely sure that Trustee Nell was saying. I thought I was following it, and then I think I missed it. But what part of my process in thinking about doing it now was that it would be a multi-pronged thing. If we do that, what are we saving? What can we do with that property? And what I thought was going to happen is, if we're looking at construction out at Hamilton for teacher housing or it's wherever, having it like a multi-prong. So sort of to your point, Trustee Mack, what are we going to do? What is it going to accomplish? What are the opportunities if we do that?
Roadmap.
Yeah, and I'm good with that. I just I am just so connected still with elementary families and my, and this conversation comes up a lot. And I don't want to I don't believe that we should make a rush decision on it. But I also can't articulate how painful it is for those families who have kids in elementary school and they know, and I think this was touched on a minute ago, there are certain schools that we just can't close for certain reasons. Olive is way across the other side of the freeway. We've got Hamilton that's K through 8. You've got, other school sites that just from logistic, I sat before I guess I must have been pregnant because, no, I actually had a daughter. I went to all those meetings about the redistricting and stuff and where they were going to draw the new lines and all of the thought process that goes into that and all the conversations about, well, there's a major road here, so you need to make sure the school encompass. I mean, it was incredible, all the thought that goes into it. So on the side, there is a lot of work that would need to be done if there was going to be change of boundaries and stuff like that. But there's just logistic sites that wouldn't even be up for closure because of those elements. You couldn't do that. So I'm very respectful and mindful of the fact that we don't want to rush a process and look back on it and go, well, we didn't do enough. But I feel like this is all, we've done stuff already in the past, building up to where we are. It's just a matter of deciding if we're going to do it and what school site it would be. And then how are we going to get, move our community forward and being a good transition. I heard some stuff about Hill when that closed. Obviously I wasn't a part of that, but even after the fact, some of those people, those families said they didn't like it happening, but they felt better about it after and where we are now. So I don't know if Trustee Miller has any experience with what happened. Well, I saw you shake your head, but I heard some families say it was very painful. They didn't like it, but they understood for the benefit of the entire district. It just maybe wasn't done in a way at that time that maybe there's things that we could have learned from
didn't
that.
like it when they closed my elementary school when I was in the 2nd grade.
Well, and I know
I wanted to see the end of the cartoons, and during the commercial, I could run to school because we lived close enough, and then I couldn't. And the life was terrible. What happened to Winky Dink and all those important cartoon characters? So it's gonna be, well, it was a black and white TV, so.
Well,
So
and it's
anyway.
hard. I mean, I couldn't imagine having a 4th grader, or what would it be? 5th? No, yeah, 4th grader this year thinking, oh my gosh, where are they? I mean, it's hard. And I gotta say, my niece in Windsor, they closed the school with almost no notice.
Yeah, see, so every time I meet Shelley Scott, no matter if it's in the grocery store or anything else we do together, she walks up to me and says, well, have you decided which school to close yet? You should have done this 3 years ago. What's taking you so long? So
let's I'm interested in moving this forward myself.
Yeah,
I mean, I brought it up and I think we need to start the work again. We've done a lot of the work already, but we can do a much better job of what we've taken, and we can improve on what we've done. I think it's really, I think we need to look at this.
I do.
So I would like to give direction to staff to start that process and bring a recommendation to the board sooner. What that we know, I'm listening to, I want to listen to what staff, what their recommendation is in the process. I'm relying on them to tell us what they can do in the amount of time. I'm concerned about the parcel tax. That's my biggest thing. I don't see the enrollment changing. It's just a number of things. Our financial state is not good. I don't want to do this, but it's something I think we need to visit.
There is the possibility that we could come out way better.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right.
That's really what we should be talking about.
Yeah.
And the parcel tax will pass because people are going to see how much better everything is going to be from our students, our families, our residents, our employees. We really need to have a vision here of positivity, and
It's a good point,
This is
Trustee.
me. Yeah, so
No, you're right.
I'm anxious to try again.
So here's what I think I'm hearing, and I just want to do a little check for understanding. So what I think you're asking staff to do is to explore with some experts who do this work, people that do demography, school closure, who understand the impacts, understand the timelines, understand facilities use, and the complications that come with having an open school facility in your district. Get some guidance from them, and then on October 6th, bring back a report where we sort of pick a direction. And I think there's 3 possible directions, and I think one of them we won't take, but we could, which is that we're just not going to do anything with this information. But the more probable solutions are, we're going to do something to close the school at the end of this year, or we're going to do something to close the school at the end of next year.
One of the, yep.
Yeah. So, and we say these are some of the complexities, but I do think we do our best as staff to ground it in what Greg's talking about, which is, what are we trying to accomplish here? What are we trying to achieve? What's the immediate thing we're trying to achieve, and what are the other things that we think we can achieve? Because I do think that Derek's right, is that there's an opportunity in this. There are lots of challenges in this, but there are also lots of opportunities in this that we can use to help us achieve other district goals. I don't think the only thing we want to achieve is $400,000 a year in savings. I mean, I think that's way too narrow-minded. And if that's all we're trying to achieve, it's probably not worth the journey. But I think that you guys have given us some good questions to think about, some good things to think about. We can think about them, and we can come back on the 6th with that sort of presentation. Does that seem, and some options. Then we're going to have to, in some of those options, that means let's just be honest. One of them is a pull the Band-Aid off option, right? It's just like the community's tired of this. We just need to make a decision. We can do it. We can do it thoughtfully. We can be responsive to the community's needs. We can make sure that we have a landing place that's solid and safe and comfortable, and provides the 2 things from the elementary school size committee that they said we needed to think about. So, or we can say, we feel like it's really important that we achieve those things, and we need a little bit longer runway. So, I mean, I think that those are the places where we can end up, and we can have a great discussion about it on the 6th.
Yep. When you look at, we've been talking as if it's a discussion about elementary schools, but I saw in the data an issue around middle schools as well. We have 3 middle schools.
Yeah,
maybe we don't need 3 middle schools.
Yeah,
and as the population ages and they all follow Debbie's lead and send the kids away, and then there's no more kids, maybe they don't need a middle school program. They come back, Debbie. Just
to that point, though, I actually was wondering, just hypothetically, because I did notice, and I frequently hear how San Jose doesn't have as many kids as Sinaloa does, that new boundaries might realign and distribute the students a little bit better too.
Yeah, I think we can look at options for middle school as well. We've been having all these discussions behind the scenes, so there are some options out there to help.
Okay, if I'm in agreement with, thank you, Superintendent Koska, for bringing us back together and providing some guidance. Is everybody good with that? I just want to make sure with what.
I agree with him doing the work he.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Thanks for bringing it up, Debbie.
I'm in agreement.
Okay. All right. So we've given you some direction. We'll bring it back on the 6th. This concludes this meeting. Thank you for hanging in there. Hopefully, I know this was not a topic that you really want to discuss at this hour, but it worked within this item, and that's just where we're at. So it'll be more thoughtful when we talk about it again on the 6th.
I want to thank Amy and Jonathan for hanging out.
Yeah.
Yancy and Chris, I know have to. They don't have a choice, but the rest of the crew is
Yeah.
volunteer. So.
And if you want me to wake Yancey up, you can give him a shout out too.
He's kind of like me.
There is sleepy Yancey. I like it.
Okay, so our next meeting is next Tuesday. It's a special meeting of the board at 6 p.m. is the open, 5:30 is the closed. And then the meeting after that is the 6th, as Superintendent Koska mentioned. The next regular meeting is October 6th. All right, this meeting's adjourned.
All right.